I'm 1,000 pieces, still standing tall, a voice in the chaos. I've lived it all. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, a friend in the night, holding a broken, still holding the light. Shells in my pocket, dreams in my hands, building something they don't understand. The crafter of hope from shattered days, finding my strength in a million ways. They don't see the tears fall down in the shower. They don't know the pain behind the power. They only see me when I'm shining bright, not the battles I fight every night. But still I rise through the fire they made, through the hate, through the words they threw in my face. I'm still here, I'm still strong. This is where I belong. Mommy ramblings in my name. I built this boy full of pain. Every rebel that stayed by my side. You're the reason I survive. Still I rise, still I stand, with a broken heart and steady hand. They try to tear me down piece by piece, like I don't deserve a moment of peace. Was it just cause I didn't fit them mold? So they threw their stones and turned so cold. There are things I'll never say out loud, the kind of pain that don't need a crowd. But I carry it deep where the silence lives, and still find a way to give and give. And I smile when I go live like I'm okay, but they don't see the price I'll pay. We missing you with every breath I take. My sweet boy, my heart's still brave. But still I rise for the fire they made, through the hate, through the words they threw in my face. I'm still here, I'm still strong. This is where I belong. Mommy ramblings, this is me. Every left still chasing dreams. Every rebel that never walked away. You're the light that got me through the grave. Still I rise, still out there, with your memory in my head. God, you carried me when I was weak, when I couldn't stand, you lifted me. More times than I could ever say. You made a way, you made a way. And I've got dreams that won't let go, a foundation built, some love I know. For my son, for the ones he played, I'll turn my loss into something that remains. Yeah, I rise, now I'm stronger than before. Every scar just opened up a door. I'm still here, hear me now. I won't break, I won't bow. Mommy rambling, loud and clear. This is my voice, this is my year. Every rebel, every heart, you've been with me from the start. Still I rise, still I fight, turning darkness into light.
I'm still your mom, and I'll build something beautiful from all this pain.
Welcome, welcome. Hi, everybody. Hang on a minute. Hi, Mafia Mania. Mafia Mania. Misfit Mania. I don't know why I thought it was Mafia Mania. Strange. Okay, so Misfit Mania, Linda, and all the others that are watching and not chatting yet. Uh-oh, Denise. Hang on a minute. Some more music. Why is this? I don't even see. Oh, I know what it is. It's not the music that's playing. It's
I'm 1,000
my
pieces, still standing tall,
it's my live.
a voice in.
Okay, let me make sure you can hear me. I'll just move this to the end. Let's see. And yep. Okay, good. All right. So, what a day. Today was a crazy day. I was at the dentist at 8:30, then came home, watched some crazy binge watch this something really bad. What was it? Something really bad.
Something bad is about to happen.
Something really bad is about to happen, or something on Netflix. We binge watched it, and that's some wacko thing. Don't even bother. And then what?
They can watch it, right? It's not.
They could watch it. It's just
You know,
wacko.
kept my attention. For the most part.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just really wacky. Anyway, we watched it, and then after that, did some stuff. Then I had to take my daughter to catch the bus to go back to New York City, and had to get some things at the store. Came home, tried to catch up on this Guthrie news, and then here I am. So, I only get CBS. You only get CBS. Oh, okay, for the, yeah. Okay. Anyway, where do you live, Misfit? Do you live, what state do you live in? Where did I see Denise? Terry K. I hope you're back here, Terry K. Terry K, paging Terry K. She got accidentally, I don't know what happened, timed out last night, and you can't undo it. So hopefully, Terry, you heard us say sorry about that, and hope you're back tonight. Okay, so let me recap as best I can. So Ashley Banfield said that, okay, because there's a couple of different parts to this. Savannah Guthrie returned to the Today Show dressed in yellow. She had a little bit of a tearful kind of a thing where you go, well, if you're familiar with the Today Show, it's on top of the rock, right? They have fans outside the studio. She had a coat on. She went out there and saw the fans, and they were all holding signs and everything for her. So that was emotional for her. And then she was back in the studio with a yellow dress, and so she's back to work there. The other thing is that the notes that she felt that she said in the interview with Hoda that she felt were real, allegedly, according to Ashley Banfield, the FBI felt they might have been real too. So then you ask yourself, why didn't they pay the ransom? Well, she says there were things that were done, and she was told, from what I'm understanding, okay, and I even read it through on her transcript to make sure that she was told not to say anything about that, but let me see if I can even get, but there was something there, and they didn't even want her to speak on it or something, and so it made it sound like something wasn't going through. What they thought they would be able to track, they wouldn't be able to track, but that doesn't even make any sense, okay? Because if they thought it was real, why wouldn't they have paid it, whether they could track it or not, if they thought they had Nancy? And allegedly that these 2 letters made mention of killing Nancy if they did not get what they wanted. So that all the more reason, right? Whether you could track it or not, if you say just pay it. So something is wacko there. Okay. Then TMZ allegedly gets a new ransom, 2 new ransoms, I think, today. So they are from the same person, according to Harvey. Same Bitcoin wallet address, same everything. And the first one said that Nancy's deceased and that they saw her with them in Sonora, Mexico. Dance Sonora. Okay, they saw her in Sonora, Mexico. Now, this person said they were getting upset. They're not being taken seriously by the FBI, and they only want half a Bitcoin. Now, guys, half a Bitcoin is about $34,000. They said they're going to have to start their life over, okay? They'll take a half a Bitcoin now and a half a Bitcoin after they give the people, and you see it's real. Does this make any sense to any of you? Any? Because the ransom, okay, they're wanting the ransom, but the reward is 1 million, 1.2 million. Why would you say you're not the kidnapper, you didn't do this, but you know who did, and you know where Nancy is, and you're going to hand it over essentially on a silver platter if you just get a half a Bitcoin right now, and they can give you the other half later, which is going to amount, to about $67,000. And you're saying that you need this because you're going to need to start your life over, and you feel that there's going to be people that are after you ratted these people out. It makes 0 sense. Okay? 0 cents. Yeah, let's see. You could do that by calling the FBI tip line and get 1.2 million. But no, wait a second. I'd rather send this to TMZ, and I'd rather get 33,000 and then another 33,000, because I'm going to have to start my life over anyway. I don't want 1.2 million. No. Stop. That's enough for me to live out in peace. It'd be the 68, 67,000. I'll be okay. You don't want the 1.2 million? Nah, come on. That's a little bit too much. That's all right. I don't need 1.2 million. I'll just keep writing to Harvey. I'll get all upset and exasperated that no one's taking me seriously. And you could just, get me that Bitcoin. That's crazy. Okay. So, the other news is Tommaso. There you are, Terry. Keep your head low, okay? Keep your head low so somebody doesn't time you out by mistake again. No. Put your head high. Hold your head high. Sorry about that. I apologize that happened to you. I'm sorry, Terry. I don't know what. I think there was somebody who was falling asleep and accidentally hit a button. Sorry, glad you're back with us and you're not holding that against us. Okay. So the other thing is Tommaso was back at Nancy's today. Now, allegedly, you got timed out. We were calling to you. I was screaming to you last night, Terry. Hey, Terry, do you know that song by B.J. Thomas? It was an accident. It wasn't done purposefully, Terry. It was an accident. But still, Terry, do you know that song by B.J. Thomas? If the BJ singing about he's going home to his old girlfriend Terry, and he's talking about how great Terry is, and then he's like, just one more mile and I'll be home. I'll say I'm sorry, Terry, and I'm so alone. Do you remember that? Oh, hey, there's the church where she used to go. Ho, 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 it can't be so. Remember? They're throwing rice at a girl I know. That used to be my favorite song when I was a kid. And I have it on an 8-track. And I could not find it anywhere. Remember when there was like Napster and all that? You don't know it? Oh my gosh, you should look it up, Terry. And then I would look on Napster and all that stuff, and it was never there. I couldn't believe it. And I had it on this 8-track, right? So yeah, I forget if I ever found it on a digital version anywhere. I'm gonna have to look again. It was one of my favorite songs of B.J. Thomas when I was a kid. Yeah, it's like a real tearjerker. You know, he left, the little hometown and stuff, and Terry was always so good to him, but he had, his sights set on bigger things. And then he finally, being away, of course he doesn't call her or anything, right? He's just going to go home and surprise her. And as he's going by, he sees the church and they're ringing bells, and out comes this girl he used to know. Oh, it can't be so. You know, throwing rice. She's getting married to someone else. Yeah, you know, one of those real tearjerker songs. Okay. Anyway. You never heard of it either, Linda? Oh my gosh, it was one of my favorites. Okay, and I've talked about it on here. Yeah, Napster. All right. Oh my goodness. I've been up so early because we had to go to the dentist, and I didn't get to bed till when, and then I tried to rest a little bit during the day when we were watching that crazy movie. Anyway, so Tommaso, let me get back on Tommaso. Tommaso went to the house, but there was a live streamer that was tailing him. Anyway, Tommaso gets to the house. Now, apparently another live streamer called him an Fucker. Low, I don't think he heard him, but Tommaso was there with a vengeance. Who saw Tommaso? Tommaso in the video was walking with just a strange gait, very fast, very furious, it seemed, very fast and furious, right? Now he could be just annoyed, right? He could just be totally annoyed, oh my gosh, here come these people, and now they're going to stream me, and now they're going to say all this crap about me. Who knows what he was thinking? But he was high heart, high belated. So he was walking fast and furiously, and then later on he got into that Honda SUV and he drove away. So we've got all that going on. If anybody wants to call in, let me know if you want to call in. But the questions for tonight are if the TMZ stuff has any validity. And this person knows that Nancy is deceased and in Sonora, Mexico. And they need that half of a Bitcoin now and a half of a Bitcoin later to start their life over again. Why? Why? Why would they want a ransom when they could get a reward? If they had nothing to do with this, if they knew who it was, why wouldn't they want 1.2 million? So, nuts stuff, okay? I call BS on that whole thing. Is it from the same person? Well, they say it is. Same Bitcoin. Doesn't mean it's legit. Yeah, they forward everything to the FBI, Terry. Supposedly it's from the same everything over there. Hi, Millie. Not buying the new ransom note. Yeah, and isn't it interesting that there's another ransom note? You know, is it just a slow news day? Do we need another ransom note? I don't know. Call me it. You know I'm a skeptic. You know I'm a skeptic, okay? I don't fall for stuff, and if something seems just a little bit convenient, did we need a little action in the storyline? It's what it seems like to me, okay? Seems like we need a little action, right? How come they can't find out whose Bitcoin account this is? How come they can't find out who these letters are coming from? How come they don't just entertain this person and give them $34,000? Seems like a little thing just to see if they know, right? Because you could track the Bitcoin. And then there's the other letters, allegedly. Those, right? Oh, those are real. FBI thinks they're real. Really? Then why didn't the FBI pay the ransom if they did? And this again this is coming from Ashley Banfield. It's it's all a little bit too convenient. Don't you think so? I do. I think it's too convenient. Oh, goodness, what am I going to just keep yawning now? Okay. So what does everybody think about that? What was Tommaso doing at the house? Was he just checking on things? What was he doing? Well, if they truly know that Nancy was in Sonora, Mexico, and they know where she is and who did this, they're pretty much guaranteed to get that reward money. But why instead they want half a Bitcoin now and half a Bitcoin later? Why? Why not come out Billy be a hero? Right? Oh, they want to keep their identity. They don't want to be a snitch. Okay. I'm sure the FBI would work with them, right? Yeah, definitely. I wonder too. You got to follow the money, right? Follow the money, Terry. What's happening every time Harvey Levin comes out with one? Let's just say nobody's, it's all. We're just, nobody's accusing anybody. We're just saying, does Harvey Levin profit when he comes out with a ransom note? Does Harvey Levin profit? You bet. You better believe it. He's profiting. Right? He's getting views on every platform TMZ is on. Ad revenue, money, people wanting to, advertise on those streams. And yeah, he's getting a lot of money every time that. So follow the money. Could somebody be doing it there? Sure they could. But are we accusing him of it? No, we don't know anything. We don't know anything. But allegedly he could be. Or somebody could be. Right? Allegedly, we've seen a lot of shady stuff. You have to understand that. You saw cases like Gabby Petito where live streamers were saying they were finding stuff that was all bogus. It was planted to make videos. Ratings, of course, views, money. So the way it is. And was the story cooling down? Somebody could even be saying, well, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm keeping Nancy Guthrie's name out there. Let's just say, what if somebody thinks, oh, what harm is it, right? I'm just keeping Nancy's name out there. There are a lot of people tell themselves a lot of crap to get what they want, right? I don't know. Why can't they find it? Same Bitcoin address. All the same information on these letters to TMZ. Yeah, let's see if we can figure out why Tommaso went to this house. Let's see. All right, let's see here. Today's Ethan's birthday, April 6th. You guys see that? Happy birthday, Ethan. Okay. First year ever that we're not with Ethan on his birthday, but we'll celebrate on the 11th. Okay. So Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, Tommaso, was reportedly spotted at Nancy's house. He was accompanied by law enforcement. Let's see. Tommaso's at Nancy Guthrie's home with law enforcement, said a live streamer who is recording live, that Tommaso went into the garage with what appears to be law enforcement. Okay. And apparently this is a photo that is being circulated right there with the car looking through those cactuses there. Let's see what the responses are about Tommaso's car being there, okay? Oh, come on, let's see. I'm sure he was letting law enforcement in the house for whatever reason. The family has been through so much. I hope a breakthrough is coming, someone said. Dude, I had to rewind it. OMG. Another one said, you are interfering with law enforcement operations. Another one said, moving in, perhaps. Another one said, the guy needs to be locked up. They're talking about the streamer, not Tommaso. Let's see. Didn't look like law enforcement to me, someone said. Driver in kind of a comfy-looking attire. Too disheveled looking for law enforcement, in my opinion. Hard to see, but kind of looks like Santa Claus when you zoom. I'm sure someone else got better pictures. Someone said, looks like the same SUV the feds were driving that was parked in the neighborhood when they were walking around and knocking on doors. They've stopped covering their faces now. Do you know if this is related? Heavy sheriff's department presence in the neighborhood on River Road across from the Jewish Community Center. It's only minutes away from Nancy's house. They've closed River Road and are obviously searching for something. What's going on? Any clues? Let's find Nancy Guthrie, they said. They always return to the scene of the crime. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Come on, let's get a break. Where is Miss Nancy? Who is Tommaso coming from behind the guest house? I highly doubt that this was law enforcement, someone said. Curious timing considering Savannah made her first live appearance on the Today Show. Is he showing them how it was done? Is this what I just heard on the Tucson scanner? He was probably directing what needs to move out. They got another ransom note at TMZ. The guy saying he knows where the body is and who did it. And he only wants half a Bitcoin, which is like 32,000 and some change. But they made it sound like the FBI doesn't think it's credible. TMZ swears it's from the same person who sent the first two. I love you. Dude is so involved, but we shall never know. And people will make money on this travesty for clicks. As long as we click, I'm over this case, and I don't want the celebrity shite show of a daughter to make one dime on my time. Let's see. Someone says, nice on the scene reporting, just in time to pull out of the church parking lot. He's guilty, says someone. I have heard they apply pressure. Maybe, I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder why someone doesn't want Savannah on the Today Show. They're trying to break her all over again so she doesn't go back to work. She did go back to work. The Guthrie family needs to do more interviews. Why? What do you think is happening, says someone else. Creepers be creepin'. And apparently this is how he looked. He was like busting a move, right? He was cooking. Okay, he was cooking. This was a nothing burger. Let's see. Of course he is. We all know what happened. Okay. Tommaso has knock knee. Mad Mask is bow-legged and younger. Let's see. No one cares. Okay, so that is that right there. Alrighty. Let's see what else we've got. Tommaso. All right, let me see here now. Oh, brother. Told you the original sentence. I told you Ashley Banfield was saying that she thought the ransom notes were real. FBI thought they were real, the ones that Savannah thought were real, but then the FBI did something, yada, 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 and they couldn't get some satisfaction about something else, and then said to her, allegedly from what I've read, that, like, not to say anything more about it. Okay, let me see something else now. Going to try to see the latest. I think I've kind of done a little bit. If you want to call in, feel free to let me know. All right, let's see. So the big news, Tommaso at Nancy's house. Why was he there? Ransom, Savannah's back to work, and now Tommaso's back at Nancy's. On the other hand, you can see how he walks in the video. Let's see. What is this? Someone saying criminals covering the Nancy Guthrie case. Say he's treated like a dog. What is that? I don't know what's going on there. Neighbors saw a man at 11 a.m. in the morning of Nancy Guthrie's abduction. Remember the sheriff walking back the timeline. Family arriving at 11 a.m. Changed it to 11:56. Okay, let's see. Oh, I'm not on. Hold on a minute. Let me get on latest. Things have sure gotten weirder, someone said. Savannah was like, what? Oh my gosh, some people say the worst things. In somebody's opinion, Feds should be dispatched to Sonora, Mexico, and start asking questions. This persistent person keeps writing to TMZ saying that they saw her alive 2 days after she was taken in Sonora, Mexico with the kidnappers, and they also know where her deceased body is now. Yeah, but they don't want the 1.2 million. No. Come on, don't be silly. We don't need 1.2 million. 34,000 is good enough, and then you could give us another 34. What are you going to do with 1.2 million? It's not like it's useful or anything, right? We have to rebuild our lives and anything, but we're fine with the 66,000. It's okay. Want to give us 67,000, but let's not be silly with that 1.2 million. You keep it. We have everything you're looking for, everything the world is looking for. We don't want the ransom, though. I mean, we don't want the reward. We're just going to just give us some Bitcoin ransom. That's all. Crazy. Just crazy. It's crazy. Okay, let's see. 65 days since Nancy's been missing. Let's see. Personal injury attorney has personally put up $100,000 reward in the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. He specifically advised tipsters to go through Crime Stoppers and not the Pima County Sheriff's Office. Okay. Why are the ransom notes going to TMZ? Why? TMZ, because Harvey's just... Okay, anyway. Let's see. Let's see, bring Nancy home. People are saying Brian Enton speaks with a retired NYPD sergeant, supervisor detective squad. They discuss Nancy Guthrie, how it's being handled. Okay, how many of those are we going to have, right? It's being handled horribly. Tommaso back at Nancy's. I hear some. Okay, let's see. Tommaso's acting like he's on the run, driving like a, this person said, idiot while leaving Nancy's house. The way TMZ keeps getting the ransom notes, I feel like the prime suspect has ties to TMZ or someone that works there. New ransom note sent to TMZ in Nancy Guthrie case. One claims I know where her body is and demands half a Bitcoin. Another says she was seen alive in Sonora, Mexico. This is nearly 2 months after her disappearance. Craziness. Okay, let me go back to the chat and see if anybody wants to call in or anybody has any other ideas. You're still sold by the Mexican Carrie. Sold on what? You're still sold? Sold on what? Yeah, but they can, Millie, if they have the information, they could definitely get the reward money. If they know who it is, and they're going to hand them to them on a silver platter, according to TMZ, you know, here you go. Here they are. It's over here, and they're over here in Sonora. I'll tell you where they all are. Okay? They would get the reward money, but they don't want the reward money. You could just take it. We don't need that silly reward money. Just give us a half a Bitcoin. Good with that. Hey, thank you, Nora Woods. Yeah, hey, for being a member for 70 months. You too can be a member. We have 3 memberships that are less than a cup of coffee for the month. It's a great way to support the channel, and we surely do appreciate it. Thank you so much, Nora Woods. Dang, I wish they would solve this. I fell asleep, but it rang true to me and logical. What is, let me see. What is running true and logical? What is running true and logical? Maybe the FBI should hire more hackers, says Terry. Hi, Rochelle. The house was supposed to be her safe place. She lived there for years. How saddened. Yeah. Let's see. Hi, Mr. Wu. How are you? Hi, Video Reel. How are you? I missed a bunch of people. Sorry about that. Snoozing away, hee hee. I was so tired from the Easter festivities. Yeah. Carolyn told me I was accidentally, yeah, she was accidentally timed out. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Okay, so, does anybody have any idea why, why somebody would want a half a Bitcoin if they could get a reward instead? I don't know about it being sold. It's back to the family's allowed to go into it and stuff now. Let's see. I keep hearing like it's like I don't know what it is. Can the reward be collected anonymously? Well, but if this person had nothing to do with it, why not just go to the FBI? I'm sure they'll keep you protected if you're really giving the real information to them. Come on. Yes, I saw Savannah's return. Yeah, right after I got back from the dentist. Yeah, I was at the dentist bright and early. Maybe they think they have Bitcoin methods. But why would they want to be anonymous if they had nothing to do with this and they're just going to, deliver it to them, the people on a silver platter? Bitcoin can be traced. Bitcoin is not anonymous. That's what, Bitcoin can be traced. So so what do you think? If you want to call in, you can call in. They would want to know how you knew. No, they don't have to know how you knew. No, they don't. Not true, B-Lady, not true. No, no, no. You give them a name. You don't have to tell them how you knew. These are the people. This is where she is. There you go. If you had nothing to do with it, and you're saying that you're going to have to start over, like in witness protection is basically what they're saying. And then, yeah, come on. The first note they got, it's Harvey Levin said Bitcoin can't be traced. Of course, he doesn't know what the freak he's talking about. Yeah, I know. Why would your life be over if you had nothing to do with it? Why would your life be over if you had nothing to do with it? Is that Rise Coffee? Yeah, right? I need something. Oh my gosh, I'm going crazy. You don't believe they will let anyone get the reward without knowing how and where they got the info and why. No, they don't. You don't have to do that. It's not the way. Okay. Bitcoin is not untraceable. What is that's going to drive me nuts, that beeping. What is that? You guys don't hear it? Oh my goodness. Let's see. I might call the FBI and ask them if I have to tell them. Well, and when they show up here, I will send them to your channel. Yeah, right. Waste the FBI's time? I don't think so. Not too good. Not nice. Not nice. Not nice. What is that driving me crazy? Yes, Bitcoin, it can be traced, Jason. Yes. Plus, they said that they have the same wallet number for all three notes, right? Oh boy. No, I don't want to put in a false report. No, I don't want to be involved in false reporting to the FBI. Thank you very much. Because there's been nothing deposited in his account. No one's paid him any money. That's why he's getting frustrated and writing to Harvey again. How are we gonna, we don't have it all figured out. Hold on a second. I've got to go see what this is. I just want to hear it. See this thing. If you can't hear it, it's driving me like nearly crazy. Hold on a second. I'm right there. This is like nutso. Not coming from there. Hold on a minute. Luke? Now I don't hear it. Of course I don't hear it now. Of course not. As soon as I sit down again, I'll hear it. No, I hear it again now. I wonder if it's my phone. Hold on a minute. It is my phone. Oh my gosh. Mystery solved. Wouldn't that be nice? That was one little mystery solved. I should just solve this other mystery like that, as easy as that. Oh boy. Okay. Sorry. I'm coming. Back again. All right, so, whew. So, let me see what else we have. Couple die in each other's arms on the way home to their children. Social media questions the authenticity of photos. Oh yeah, oh, come on. That was so dumb. That was totally AI with those boxes. Hang on a minute. Stupid thing just went. Okay. Let's see. College student 18 fatally run over by multiple cars after falling out of a car window. Okay, let me look at TMZ's thing here. New ransom note has been sent to TMZ. Harvey Levin. Sheriff Harvey Levin. It's not the first one, but it's the first one that references a location, stating that the writer of this ransom note, which it says is the same as the other ones they've got, said they saw Nancy Guthrie in Sonora, Mexico. And the writer stated that Nancy Guthrie is now dead. The writer also lashed out at the FBI, stating the agency has wasted millions on the search effort because they refused to pay for information, and they stated that the FBI was arrogant for disregarding them as scammers. Let's see what else. Multiple ransom notes have now been sent to TMZ throughout this investigation. Some claim to be from the kidnappers who sought a ransom paid in cryptocurrency. Another series of notes came from the same writer as the most recent note. An individual who has said they would provide law enforcement with information on Nancy Guthrie's abductors in exchange for the reward money being offered by the FBI to be paid in Bitcoin. The FBI has not confirmed the legitimacy of any of the ransom notes, nor has the FBI said publicly whether the Guthrie family was in touch with the alleged kidnappers. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $100,000 for information leading to Guthrie's recovery and conviction of anyone involved in her disappearance, but they don't want that. They'd rather just have $66,000. And they really don't want the $1.2 million. No. Okay. Anyone with information, call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Two people, if you know that lady that disappeared on the ship, Amy Bradley, and they made a documentary about it. Two people of interest identified in her disappearance, according to the private investigator. Has anybody seen something really bad is about to happen? That is a bizarre series. I don't see too much here. Certainly not more about Nancy than those three things. Okay, let me go back to the chat. Three major mistakes during divulging his hand when he did. Why do people call you this late at night? Who's calling you? Hi, G. The FBI knows quite a bit. Yeah, they're not telling us. Sure. Your brother knows you stay up late. I have to just check. Let me make sure my daughter got home. It's Ethan's birthday today. Happy birthday, Ethan. Okay, let me see. It's Dave's birthday. Scooter's Dave, and it's also High 61's birthday. Happy birthday, High. Happy birthday, Dave. Happy birthday, Ethan. Okay, let me just text my daughter here for a second. I heard my phone going off, but I just want to make sure. Okay. All right. I see she was, she's good. So, let me check something in here. note claimed to know where Nancy's body was and who was responsible. That's from the TMZ ransom note. That's the big news, right? TMZ receives a new ransom note in the Nancy Guthrie case. They received 2 additional ransom notes from an anonymous person claiming to have information about the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The messages came from the same individual who nearly 2 months earlier demanded 1 Bitcoin in exchange for details about Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. During the broadcast of the TMZ Live, Harvey Levin, Sheriff Levin, allegedly, said the outlet received another email from the sender claiming that he knew where Nancy Guthrie's body was. He knew where it was located and who was responsible for her kidnapping. The message asked for a half of a Bitcoin in exchange for revealing the information. The email also stated that Nancy Guthrie was dead. After the first message was discussed on air, TMZ said the same person sent another note in claiming they had seen Nancy alive with a group of people now in the Mexican state of Sonora. TMZ said it notified the FBI about these messages. The sender claims that they will provide the information if they receive that half of Bitcoin up front and the remaining half after a public arrest is made. Levin added that the person has continued sending messages despite the risk of facing criminal charges if this turns out to be a hoax. And this was Savannah outside the studios, top of the rock. They're talking and very emotional. And here was she later on. They said her co-anchor Craig Melvin said, "Yes, it's good to have you back at home." She said, "Well, here we go. Ready or not, let's do the news." And then he patted her hand and said, "So good to have you back." There she is. Back on. Back at the show. Doing the show. All right. So that's that. Let me go back to the chat. See what's going on. And maybe after 1 year they will still cut Savannah. I think it's traceable, but maybe they can't get to the withdrawer fast enough. Let me see what you're saying. You think Jason is about to call me? I don't know. Jason, are you about to call me? I don't know. Savannah, yeah, Savannah's strong. Yep, you'd have to be, right? Either that or she. What happened? Where's Margaret tonight? Margaret, where are you? Oh, I'll send it to you. If you want to call in Jason, I'll send it to you. Hang on a second. Let me get it. I'll send it to you now. I didn't. Hold on, let me get. I hopefully will start getting on those reaction videos that I'm supposed to be doing. Try to start so much stuff I got to do. Try to start doing some of them this week, like I said. All right, let me get you. Where's my other email? I can't find my true crime chat email. Hold on. Somebody moved the cheese over here. Okay. Sign me out of that Google, that's why. Sign back in. Alrighty, let's see. Whoopsie. Oh my goodness. Oh shoot, I put the wrong thing on here. Shoot, I have an email. Hold on, let me just see what she says. I am looking at the... Wonderful. Hold on. This is this is big, something big for me here, right here. Shoot, let me just tell her that yes. Oh, that's really nice. Okay, that is good there. Okay, sorry, that was really good news. Okay, now let me go. And I'm going to send this to you now. Jason. Okay, I'm just going to send it to which it's going to be whatever thing you sent me last. Okay, it's just going to go as a reply to you and just the number. Okay, done. Done, I did it. Let me go back to the chat. Hi, Snow Remover. Hi, Heather Snoopy. Good or bad? Well, I'm in a good mood now. Could be in a better one. Let me check this other email. Hold on a second. Wouldn't that be great if I got good news in this other email too? Okay. What is this about? Oh shoot, a minute. Hold on a second. Or did I just see something? I'll go through this tomorrow. Okay, I've got to write something down though that, let me just write something down here. Where's my book? Jason, I'm waiting for you to call in. While I'm doing this, I've got to remember to schedule something too tomorrow. Oh, where's my new pens that I bought? I think this one is. Yep. Okay. I just bought myself a new roller board. I like the gel to write in my scheduler. I'll do it in a minute. Okay, you're back and we're, oh, here he is. Okay. He's here. Hello, long time no see.
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good. Did you
I
have a
was
good Easter?
I did. I got together with my family and we all ate well and had some good ham, which is always great. Did you get to eat anything good?
Yeah, we went out to eat. We ate a lot. We went out. Yeah.
What was your favorite item that you got to eat?
We had a lot of different things. We got a lot of different appetizers first, salads, and then we all had. Some of them had traditional Easter dinner with turkey, ham, and stuff. But I had a chicken dish, and then my daughter had something else. And what did Luke? Luke got a chicken dish too, and then Gia got something else. Jimmy and my son got the ham, turkey, and all that stuff.
Well, it's a very, very special holiday, especially for us believers.
Yep.
And yep. And so I'm grateful to have my salvation. That's all I can tell you.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. And you're supposed to, Mr. Wu wants you to ask me if I'm in a good mood or a bad mood.
Yeah, and I wanted to. So, how is your mood tonight, Carolyn?
My mood is okay tonight because I got the dentist out of the way early this morning, so that's done, right? And tomorrow I've got to take care of some other things but I got some good news just now, so I'm in a pretty good mood.
Are you experiencing any pain from your dental
No,
treatment today?
no. In fact, it was very minor what I had to get done, but it was in the front. So, when they shoot you up with Novocaine in the front, my whole face was numb, like my nose, this whole side of my face, cheek, and even into it felt like my nasal passages. It was wacky.
So you didn't feel any pain?
No. But afterwards, it takes a long time to wear off,
It does.
Yeah.
I agree.
And then you're talking like you had a stroke or something. My husband's always like, "Oh my gosh, you're talking is so weird."
I'm always worried in those situations that I've got something strange hanging out of my nose and I can't feel it because it's numbed
or
up.
if you go to eat something, like you're like, am I like chewing on my lip or my cheek and I just don't feel it, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my
So what's going on with this Guthrie case, Carolyn?
I don't know. It's crazy, right?
Oh my gosh. Well, listen, I've been thinking about what you said, and I actually have been following in on some of your streams, and in particular, the one that you had said where you basically debunked the ransoms, and I really listened to it closely because your opinion matters. And no, I have to tell you and the chat that I thought she did such a good job on that I can't say anymore that I think that they're real. I can't say it.
Well, because did you listen to Ashley Banfield tonight?
I sure did.
Okay, and she said something, let me see if I'm right, that she said, because that they might have thought it was real, but then something with the Bitcoin, and then there was like a hesitation, and she said something to the effect that they told her not to go there, not to let that out or something.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly, what particular part that you're talking about.
Because I read the transcript, okay? Because I wanted to read the transcript of her show.
Sure.
And that's what she said. Something like she said the same notes that Savannah said she felt were real were thought maybe to be real by the FBI, and they were going to look at the Bitcoin or something, but something gave them a hesitation. And she said, and my source told me, and then they told me, Ashley, don't go there with this now. Don't put this out there. Something to that effect. Did anybody else watch in the chat and hear something to that effect? Let me see if I can pull up I might have her transcript still here. Hold on, let me see.
And while you're doing that,
Yeah.
I was just curious if what you're saying is that what she's alluding to is that she was basically told, don't go there.
Yeah, that's what I think. I'm going to pull it up here and see if I see. Let's see. Okay, maybe I have it here. So she said, I know I already dropped an episode earlier because Savannah returned to the Today Show. Okay, there we got that. Information about new ransom-like letters that have come to TMZ. And then she said that until now, we always knew that there was a consequence threatened if you don't pay by Thursday. She's saying, okay, now they know that they threatened to kill Nancy. And then said that when they said they threatened to kill Nancy, and then, of course, those 2 letters, they went silent, and we never heard anything afterwards, and they didn't give a mode of communication to the FBI, to the police, to TMZ, to KVOA in Tucson, to KGUN in Tucson. And incidentally, KGUN, also called KUN, they received a second letter from these same people. And she said, and it's known they're the same people because they had the same Bitcoin address. So the first letter went to KGN, KVOA, and TMZ, and the second letter just went to KGUN. Don't know why, but it did. But they had the same Bitcoin address, so they're from the same alleged ransom seekers, and that's the one that Savannah refers to in her interview with Hoda Kotb when she says, we received the 2 letters that we received, and we tend to believe they're real. And then she says, and TMZ has also told me that the FBI, with whom they've been working with, hand in glove, because they're receiving the communications, they've been turning them all over to the FBI. And the FBI indicated to TMZ that they also believe those ransom letters are from the kidnappers, the real kidnappers. And then she says, so let's talk about the other notes. And then she says that the ones that were sent to Tommaso and Annie, and she mentions those, let's see, and the guy that was arrested. I'm going to go here to what she says about the letters from somebody that reached out repeatedly 6 times to TMZ, said they're not the kidnapper, but they know who is. Okay. Let's see. No, she's okay. I think it might be here. She talks about Harvey 11 again, and says he knows who those kidnappers are, and the guy that wrote the letter to them, and he wants to turn them in, but he wants a Bitcoin, which is ridiculous. Okay, yeah, just give me a Bitcoin when I can go get 1.2 million. So they're saying like that he's getting angry and he's frustrated. The FBI is not taking him seriously. He'll deliver them on a silver platter since February 11th. And then, let's see, you tell us, and TMZ made the deal saying, look, we could get the ransom money for you. You tell us the information, we'll tell the FBI, and we'll let them know you're part of it. So they agreed to be the go-between, right? But I don't know what she says. They're distancing themselves from New York's kidnapping, say they're not the ones to do it. They said, okay. I know she says the part about they told her to back off this. Let me see. The FBI is taking it very seriously, and they are doing a lot with TMZ. Let's see. Talking about the Bitcoin. Come on, Carolyn. I know I saw this.
I'm listening to you.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm just trying, because it drives me nuts when I hear something. She's back to the half a Bitcoin with these, but okay, here it is. I found it. Okay. So she says, yeah, and so far no money has been deposited. And look, I've talked to the FBI, and I frankly said to them, look, I'm not you, and you clearly know a heck of a lot more than me, but my spidey senses are just telling me something about this guy, because they asked me a long time ago to put the word out, which we did, that anybody who is, doing this as a hoax to get the money will be prosecuted. Anyway, hoaxing. She said, if this is real And then another thing that just got me was, I believe it was the Tuesday after Nancy was kidnapped, he sent us this note saying, I know where she is. I know who the kidnappers are. Time is of the essence. That was on a Tuesday. On a Wednesday, there was another note. Okay, this is Harvey talking here in this part of it. Okay, there was another one, and he said that time is no longer of the essence, meaning she is no longer alive. If someone is carrying out a hoax, why would they take the immediacy away? So what he's saying is, if it was total hoax, why would they just have her dead? If they really want this money, why wouldn't they keep this sense of urgency that she was alive? So from what I'm reading, he's saying that's what makes him believe that this is real. Harvey is thinking this is real because of that. So that's one point there. Now, let's say it made it feel to me like it's something legit, because why would they take away that incentive to get the money as fast as they could? And then, let's see. They're talking about the two different things. Then they go back to the two different notes. Okay, the ones that Savannah has and then the ones at TMZ. But she does mention in here, and I'm trying to get to that part. That was Harvey just there. So what do you guys in the chat think? Harvey thinks it's real because why would a kidnapper, or not a kidnapper, a scammer, take away the sense of urgency to get paid right away? Wouldn't, if he's saying if it's a scammer, why would he be keeping the scam up and saying, you know, Nancy's okay, but you got to get this money to me right now? So that's something to consider. You could put whatever you think in the chat about if you think Harvey's onto something there, or do you just think, why else would they do that? Why would they take away, you know, anybody knows in sales, right? Any salesman is always going to create a sense of urgency. You better act now, you know. The sale's going to be over. So why would he kill Nancy off? Unless maybe he thinks that was a sense of urgency if the family wants her body back to bury her. And they don't just want her out there. So I don't know. Let's hear what you guys have to say in the chat there. And then let's see. No, he never said she was alive at all. Now this is Harvey again. In the first letter, does he say she's dead? And the second letter, oh, this is when he's saying, I saw her alive. And then in Sonora, he said, no, he never said she was alive at all. He said she's dead. But he just said that he saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. And so now he's giving them a location in Mexico. I wonder, do we know how far Sonora is from Nancy? And then they said Bitcoin addresses. I can tell you the FBI. Okay, here's the other thing about, here's what I said about the Bitcoin. So they said Bitcoin addresses, and I can tell you that the FBI did something with that Bitcoin address from the kidnapper, and they actually did something, and it came up dry. That's what it says. And I just never thought of the perfect crime being something like this, where somehow you could evade everyone. And now there were clearly mistakes made, especially by the sheriff. So you've had all these opportunities for the regular forensics to work. A guy's got a bite light in his mouth, which he would put in and take out, maybe with those gloved fingers, touch something, door handles, to get the actual, to get in the actual bracket behind the camera, which he's messing with. There's all sorts of opportunities to find that DNA. There's a vehicle that he had to have taken Nancy out with. You can't take her out on a bike or a moped. see. Yeah, he's saying a lot here. Let me see what the chat's saying. But they're saying something came up dry with the Bitcoin. Now, you can interpret that a lot of ways. It came up dry. Let's see. If they find her body, DNA will be top priority, says Terry. Let's see. But why do you think that he would say she was dead? Let's see here. You never watch Ashley. I haven't heard that since sent to Tommaso and Annie. No ransom notes were sent directly to Savannah. No, they weren't. There was the one that was sent to Tommaso and Annie, and that's the one where that guy was arrested, right, Jason?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
So the other thing I was thinking about too is that depending, and again, we don't know what's really going on behind the scenes because we're not the FBI. And they know a lot of things that we don't know, and so one thing that's just coming to my mind is that, we're all smart enough here on this channel to know that if the FBI knew that all it took was putting money in that account and that then they would just have to wait for someone to come and get it. And if it was a sufficient amount of money to make it highly attractive for someone to come and get it, that if it's the ransom person who's creating the account and they're the ones that have the key to this account, then they're the only ones that are going to be able to open it. And let's say, let someone else open it. But my point is that, so we all know this and the FBI would know it as well. So there has to be a reason why the FBI didn't go through with it and tell Savannah, well, go ahead and put money in it. Let's trace it.
Right.
Because if that was really true and the ransom premise was really true, then there would be nothing to stop the FBI from telling Savannah, well, you have the money, go ahead and do it.
Mm-hmm.
So there has to be something else going on that we don't know.
Right.
That to me is I don't know if it undermines the credibility of the ransom note or if it makes them not want to put out certain things to make the ransomer think that he's in hiding right now and they're getting ready to catch the person. I mean, I can't figure that part out, but I just think it's very strange that they don't try to set up a sting when the money is there to set up a sting. It's like calling someone's bluff. They're saying, I want the money. I want the money. It's like, okay, if you want the money, it's like, give the dog the ball.
Yeah.
The dog, what's the dog
yeah,
going to do with the ball?
with such a small amount now that they're asking for, right? $33,000.
Yeah.
That's such a tiny, bit of money. Okay. Just see what goes with that. Let's see, put up or shut up now. Right.
Right.
You're going to give us this stuff? Go ahead. Let's see. Okay, here's $33,000. Let's see. What do you got?
A small amount to put out there just to call the bluff. I would call the bluff all day long. Like, okay. And not only that, but hope to catch this person because whoever is doing this, if they're not involved with the case, is a very sick mind.
Mm-hmm.
To do that to the family and
right. And then at least, get them arrested for what they're doing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. So I just looked up Sonora, and it's 5 hours and 5 minutes from Tucson.
So I just want to tell the chat because the chat was asking me earlier. So then is it basically, am I saying that the ransom notes are bogus? And I guess what I'm really saying is I don't know anymore because, I mean, the other option is that for all we know, they could have been composed as that they really are real, but they never really intended to collect on any ransom. It was just put out there as a ruse to make people think that, okay, we want this ransom. So I don't, in my heart of hearts, I do want to believe that they are true but here's where I come up with a problem with this. If you're talking about a $4 million heist, and this is really a real thing, then the first thing that you would think they would do is they would say, okay, we're going to ask the lady right now these questions that only she can know and only her family will know. And we're going to put these in the letter, it's just a proof of life answers.
Right.
And we're going to put these in here to prove. And they didn't do that. Instead, they went with things that they, like maybe Nancy was wearing a particular nightgown, or maybe the Apple Watch was in a certain spot. And maybe those things could be credible, but the real proof of life stuff was what she would only know that, nobody else would know. For example, like maybe her grandmother's maiden or grandmother's middle name, or, really obscure stuff.
Right.
But you know where I'm going with that would have been in the first letter, you would think, because if this is about $4 million and they got to really prove to people that we have proof of life, we'll put it right here. We'll give you the answers to these questions, and now you know that we have Nancy.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I can't tell Carolyn that she's wrong, you guys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just think that, the FBI, I just think if they had a proof of life, there had to be something that stopped them, from either recommending that the family follow through. And even if they recommended it and said you could do it, there had to be something to stop the family from following through and putting that out there. But right now, at this point, with these letters, and like Mr. Wu is saying, that's 3 date nights. $33,000 is nothing to Savannah. It's nothing.
All the more reason why.
Why not just do it and either try to catch this person so they stop tormenting the family like this, right? Or you see if they do have the information. I think it's highly unlikely that they do have the information. I think they're pretty ballsy because they're saying it's the same person over and over because they've got, if they get caught, they'll end up like the other guy. And so is it worth it? Could this be TMZ doing this? But they say they're handing everything over to the FBI. Wouldn't they be able to see that TMZ is doing this themselves? They'd be taking a big, huge risk if they are, right? If it was an inside job.
They'd be breaking the law.
Yeah, and it's a big, I mean, I don't think anybody thinks TMZ is like highly, has such high ethical standards, but still, that would be pretty sleazy because that would be taking advantage of the Guthrie's grief, right? To try to profit off by making fake ransom letters.
Yeah, I would think that I know the FBI is equally as smart as us, if not smarter, and they know more information than we do about this case. We know that for a fact. They're not telling us everything that they know. So there's got to be something that they know that is preventing them from calling the bluff, you would think. I mean, unless someone can tell me something different than that.
Yeah.
I'm looking in the chat to see if they're...
Yeah, I just think at this point, why not just see if you could get them? I would just say, if it was me, I'd say, look, these people, I just went back to work. Now they're sending these notes. This is like really affecting me. Here, just let me just do this. Maybe we'll catch them and find out they're full of crap and then prosecute them for what they're doing and put an end to it. Or, if they, by any chance, it seems so crazy that they would want 1 Bitcoin instead of the $1.2 million, and they're going to give us that information, then let's get that. I mean, you'd think that's what they'd say, right?
Well, if what Terry is saying, that this Bitcoin is full of it, then they need to call the bluff on this Bitcoin bandit. They need to say...
And try to find them, yeah.
They need to, like Savannah needs to say, okay, you've told us that you know where Nancy is, you know where my mother is, and we're going to believe you. We're going to put the money in the account on good faith, and Of course, the FBI is going to be waiting to sting them, which is what we want,
Right,
But
yeah.
I'm just saying that that would be, you would think that would be the route to go. It's just to call their bluff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. At this point, I mean, really, it's such a little amount to them.
Bitcoin bandit. That's pretty clever. That's the first time I've heard that phrase.
Sonora, Mexico being 5 hours and a bit from Nancy, that would fall right within, I mean, the 10-hour lead time that they had. That would have been way more than enough time to get over there. And so I wonder why they pick Sonora.
That was one thing that I was thinking about, Carolyn. Something that we didn't talk about is that, so that when they left that night, and we can say reasonably, that Nancy probably left there somewhere around 2:30 a.m. That once she was in the car and she was on the road, that I think it would be reasonable to assert that they probably wanted to be off the road by the time the light came on. Like, they didn't want to be identified in that car in light, and they probably wanted to use a cover of darkness so that car could get somewhere while it was still dark. So to me, that means that they could have driven, till 5 in the morning at least, which give them 3 hours or so of driving time at maximum, before the sun started to come up. Which means 3 hours in any radius, 3 hours driving time, 180 miles. 200 miles basically in any direction. Does that make any sense to you, that you think they'd want to keep driving after it got light out?
Yeah, because nobody was looking for them, remember? Nobody would have been any of the wiser that Nancy was abducted at that point.
It's true, but it would have came out later on, though, that if they were looking for a certain vehicle, that now it's light out, now it can be identified within the time frame right after.
Yeah, I think whatever vehicle they had, you know what I mean? It was gone. It's incinerated somewhere. I just think it's long gone. That they knew that vehicle was going to be gotten rid of. And someone said there are no, who said that there are no, was it license plate readers out there?
Or not working very well?
Yeah, I believe so, right? That they don't have them in that area that would have even picked them up. I don't even know on that main drag, that's that Oracle, right? So I don't know.
So Terry is bringing up in the chat that the Bitcoin bandit may be afraid to come forward. And this kind of made me think about what has been being said today, or even in a previous letter, about the person saying, like, listen, I know where she is and I'll tell you where she is, but I have this background and I don't want to come out and, implicate myself without some type of, way that I'm not going to get in trouble, because he was saying he had this, I think, burglary background or whatever, So that could be, Terry, that if there's any truth to that, about a reason why he would not step forward if he happens to be the one who is involved, like you're saying, that maybe he wasn't the person that went inside the house, but maybe he is the Bitcoin bandit. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just, you just wish that, like, there is no truth to this, that they could just catch this person who's ever doing this, if they've already sent 4 or 5 notes, all from the same address, all with the same Bitcoin wallet. Put it to bed already. Find out if there's any legitimacy to it. If not, try to catch the person.
Well, I'm like with Jump As, where this person is saying, that's why this is fake. So if this really is fake, let's call the bluff.
Yeah.
Let's find out, because if you're the ransomer and you're saying, I want the money, and we put the money in the account and you don't touch it, we know you're fake, because you're not going after what you said you wanted. We put it in the account. That's what I would instantly conclude. If I put the money out there and nobody took it, I'm like, you're fake. You're fake. Prove to me you're real. Take the money,
Yeah. Good night, B-Lady. So yeah, I don't know. You think they would, because whoever this is, you think they don't want to be just tied up in these bogus letters. So just find out. Here, okay, here it is. Let's go. You said you're going to give us this. We're going to give you 12 hours. They could make an announcement or whatever. I don't know what email, if there is an email, or it's coming through one of their TMZ's tip, things on their website, whatever it is, but they can always just go live, right, and say, hey, we're going to deposit this in your account in 2 hours. We're going to give you, 10 hours, 12 hours to get back to us with the name of who you said did this, follow through. And if you do follow through on this, we will put the other half of it in there.
I love it, Carolyn.
Right?
I love it. Give me the ultimatum.
And see, and just put an end to it. And if they don't come through, then that's it. And then try to go and find out who the freak they are and prosecute them like the other guy in California.
And Mr. Wu, to your question, yes, we could be in a simulation, but if we are, do you want the red pill or the blue pill? Yeah, Carolyn, after I listened to, your video about why the ransom note was false, and I really started thinking about it, and I thought, well, gosh, the FBI could know things that I don't know. And I can't presume that I know more than the FBI.
Right.
Because I don't.
Yeah, and I was just upset that Hoda didn't ask her. Why didn't Hoda ask her? But maybe they told her, don't ask, they might have said that's off limits. The FBI doesn't want you to ask that. But you would think she would say, if you felt it was real, is there a reason you didn't pay the ransom, right?
Because that's what everybody would want to know is, why didn't you pay the ransom? Right. You said you thought they were real. Why? So that she'd have to say, listen, when we're on air, don't ask me that question.
Yeah. And it was pre-recorded too. So
yeah.
that was another key, that she wasn't supposed to let certain things out, right? They didn't want to do a live interview. So they could pull back anything she said. That's not good to say.
I'm with you, Mr. Wu. I'll take the truth. Just give me the truth. But sometimes the truth, Mr. Wu, is not very attractive, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, I really want Nancy to be found, and I'm hoping that this is a situation where the FBI is zeroing in, and maybe, maybe this is another reason why they're not putting money and they're chasing in this direction, because they think that they got a beat on this guy, and it's not, like they already know this guy is a hoaxer for some reason. But I do feel, though, that there's a point at which you can't let somebody run you into the mud, and you got to call their bluff. It's the same thing on the poker table, right?
Yeah.
You can't let somebody keep intimidating you when they don't got anything in their hand. Sooner or later, you got to call them out. You got to and then when you do, now they have to either step up or say, I fold.
Yeah.
Which would be them turning and not wanting any part of it because they're afraid of getting caught. Which, to me, it's like, don't come and talk to me about wanting some type of money if you're not going to go and get it out of the account.
Now, with the dark web, though, Jason, if it's somebody on the dark web, that's contacting them through all kinds of encrypted means. So we have encrypted means on the regular web. I don't go on the dark web, but I don't know if you have. If anybody
I tried it a couple of times and it felt weird. I'm like, what am I doing out here? Just wandering around, and it just like, I didn't have a need really, but I just wanted to see. And I suppose it's a lot deeper than what I went, but yeah.
But what if it is somebody on the dark web?
Right.
With all of that, I don't know. Is anybody here that familiar with the dark web, on how different it is from, say, an encrypted email server? like Proton or whatever, Hush, what are the other ones?
Tor,
Yeah.
Tor, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think the FBI probably has technology that we don't know about, so that even though in the best of applications where we would say, oh, we have anonymity, that in a push comes to shove that we really don't have anonymity. But I could be wrong. I mean, still though, if we think like of, well, then why haven't we caught these people who are sending in these tips and these emails? Like, why can't we figure out where this is coming from? You know, they should be busting these people left and right who are sending in this hoax stuff, because that's sending people down the wrong path.
Right. It's wasting everybody's time. It's tormenting the family. You, but not you. You're not on the dark web. Might be part of the dark web. Could be. I mean, and what do you think about, did you see Tommaso at the house today? And he seemed like he was walking with a vengeance to me.
With a what?
A vengeance. I don't know. He just seemed like he was.
He was walking as if he was angry.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, you know, I will say this much. So, although I will say that I don't know whether the ransom letters, I'm certainly not going to say they're fake, but I'm not going to say they're real. But as far as Tommaso goes, I feel confident saying that I know the FBI hasn't cleared him. I know just the sheriff has, but I'm confident with what the sheriff has done with clearing the family.
Yeah, he could just be pissed in general, right? Just pissed that he feels like he's being watched, and pissed that he's being scrutinized, and pissed that, you know, people are talking about. He could just be just furious in general, just about the, you know, live streamers out there, is every, you know, move being watched, being told that he did this. So yeah, but I mean, he was moving with some
Was he with anyone? Because I didn't see that footage at all. Was he by himself?
Looked like he was coming out from behind the house, and he was moving. Some people say he was with law enforcement. Some people say it wasn't law enforcement. But you can see it on Twitter. You know, the video of it. And he is moving with, you know, a very large stride, and a very, you know, he's moving with intent. You know,
as far as that house goes, and I don't know what your position is on this, Carolyn. Maybe you could speak to it. But as mine goes, and I will just tell the chat and yourself as well, that so if that happened to my mother, and my mother was attacked in that house, and there was blood in that house,
right?
And I knew something bad happened to my mom in that house, I don't want to be hanging out in that house anymore. All it's going to make me think about is what happened to her,
right,
when she was there. And that would be traumatic, just to go over and over in my mind, to think about this guy was here in this house and he did this to my mom, and I haven't caught that I'm not going to swear, but you know what was going to say. But you know, and so I wouldn't blame them if they said, you know what, we don't want anything to do with the house, just put it on the market and let's let it go. I wouldn't hold them accountable. I wouldn't say like, oh, that's bad, or oh, they need to keep it. I certainly would let it go if it were my house. I wouldn't want any part of it.
Right.
That's just my particular thing. You know, I mean, some people handle grief differently, but my God, what would you do, Carolyn?
You might think like a little bit though, like, oh gosh, should I hold on to it, because maybe if they catch someone, you know, there's going to be something here that we're going to want to look at further, or just not ready to let it go while they haven't caught anyone. You know what I mean? Just in case there's something that, you know, oh my gosh, we should have checked, you know, like, I don't know, just, I don't think they want to go there and have any, you know, pool parties or anything, but I think just to see if, okay, are they going to catch anyone? And if they do, is like, are we going to learn something about maybe a different area where they were, and we could look there for a clue? Now, I know they said, okay, they missed their chance on those like electrostatic footprints they could have pulled and all of that
True.
stuff. And because they let go of the crime scenes, so quickly. And just like they said, when they found the guy, right, had they not let go of the crime scene, they can see the exact tile that he walked in, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's
very
correct.
easy from the video. So if there had been no one else traipsing all over there, maybe they would have picked something up about the shoe. And I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure there was the Golden State Killer. They got some really good shoe prints in the back of, because he used to jump over the fences in the backyards.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe they got some good shoe prints. So when we're not hearing too much about shoe prints, and she has like kind of a gravelly driveway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where there could easily be shoe prints. But again, you had
So that's
agents.
one thing that we haven't had a chance to chat about, and I think the chat might want to put in some opinion. I'd love to hear yours as well, Carolyn. But so here's the thing: is that so we know that at least one perp went into the house.
Mm-hmm.
We know that, and so the question becomes, how did they go in the house? And we can pretty much say that they didn't come in through the front door. We don't
Right.
know it for sure, but we can pretty much say they didn't. So it only leaves a number of other entrances. One of them happens to be Nancy's slider. Another one happens to be the back door,
Yeah.
where that was
Yep.
propped open.
They're saying the one with the screen doors was one of them that was propped open with the flower pot. So
Right.
if those were open either by Nancy or someone else, okay,
Okay.
and then you have to ask yourself, okay, first, why did they prop these doors open? Now, I think it was an FBI agent. It might have been Maureen. That Maureen, what is it? Connolly?
O'Connell.
Yeah, Connolly, or is it? Okay. That
Ma-
said
Maureen
something
O'Connell.
like, when she gets to a scene, they would prop the doors open and they'd say, okay, guys, let's keep our hands off the stuff. We're going to consider this a crime scene, right? And so then people started saying, well, wait a minute. Is it the authorities that did that? But then no, like they would know if it was the authorities that did that. It'd be in some report, right? Because they write up their reports. Like we took flower pots, we propped the doors open, we propped the gate open.
Right.
And
Video probably too. Video if they moved anything. Right.
right. So, and then that makes you think, okay, well, did they, look at these flower pots that were obviously moved by someone? You'd think, but if they
Trace
had the,
DNA.
yeah, to see if there's anything there on the flower pots and how long until they, so the doors are propped open and the gate is propped open. Is that just so they don't have to touch anything? And that would make you almost think, okay, then there's definitely maybe more than one, maybe two people running around out there, and maybe they're wiping everything down and then leaving it propped open.
Well, I mean, but we do know that they had to come in from the backyard, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So what my question is then is, if we know that they came in from the backyard, there's only a number of ways to get to the backyard.
Right.
And one of them happens to be around the side of the house where Nancy's bedroom is, that you could walk around that edge and you could jump over that pool door, that door back there, the little fence that, circles the pool. You could jump that right there. You could go in there, or you could keep going all the way around and you could jump the stone wall in the back, or you could come straight up the driveway. But if you did, you'd be hit by the garage facing camera that's on the
Right.
pool house. Or you could come on behind the row of bushes on the side of the driveway and walk behind those row of bushes, so you were outside of the camera range and you could sneak behind the pool house and come around the stone wall behind the back of the pool house. Those are the only four ways that I could think that you could come into that place. And the garage one, just walking straight up the driveway, is almost ruled out right off the bat, because that camera is going to catch you right then and there. Would you agree with that one?
Yeah, I think so. And the other thing that I was saying, why would, okay, here's what I don't understand. It does not make sense to me at all. If they went in through the back, right? They know there's a Ring camera, a Nest camera in the front, right? They want to dismantle that. Why wouldn't they have gone, okay, they're in the house, right?
Yep.
Open the front door and just reach around and pull it off. Do you know what I'm saying?
You could have, but it may be that might have been part of the warning system. In other words, we're going to pull this thing off and we're going to wait to see what happens. And if nobody comes, nobody shows up, well, then the coast is clear and we can proceed. So it may have been part of the warning system, particularly if they didn't know what was happening with those notifications.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just strange. The other thing I'd like to know is, was the front door locked?
When they left.
When they left, was the front door locked? And if it is that why they propped the back door up to send either one person back in and say, hey, go and lock up the front now that we're out. Go run around and lock it up.
But here's the thing. So if we follow that scenario and we say that there's two people, one is standing outside the front door with Nancy. He's waiting for his buddy to circle around. So the guy goes out the back, which is where the door is propped open, and it's propped open so he doesn't have to touch anything because he's already been touching inside the house, maybe touching Nancy or wherever, but if he goes out that way, he's going to be picked up by the camera that's facing the backyard, that's facing the pool area. And then when he goes through that gate to go down the driveway to go around the edge of the house, he's going to be picked up by the garage facing camera.
Right.
So you're going to be picked up by both of those cameras. And now what's fascinating about it is, but yet we're only told by the FBI that there's a single person caught on camera at 2:12 a.m. So we would expect that if they did go out through the back door, what we would see is like a camera picked up somebody else at 2:25, right? When his buddy went to circle around. Well, didn't they
say that it picked something up, but they weren't sure if it was a person or an animal, and they said that the visual didn't show up. Didn't they say that?
I know they did say that, but I don't know what it was in reference to.
To one of the cameras picking up some movement, but I believe it could have been an animal or it could have been a person, but there wasn't any corresponding video.
The other thing that was strange to me, Carolyn, and I don't know if you caught this or if it was something that just stood out in your mind, but so that when Annie and Tommaso arrived and they were walking through the house, and just like Savannah said, they called Savannah and they're like, "Mom's gone," and she says, "What?" And she, "Yeah, Mom's gone," blah blah blah, and they go through that whole thing. Like, well, then they tell Savannah that there's blood on the porch, right? And Savannah relays back that this was the conversation that she was told by her sister, that, hey, there's blood on the porch, and she's gone, or like her slippers are here and other stuff is here, her phone, blah blah blah, but she's gone. Well, and I don't know if I feel like it was substantiated that there was blood inside the door. But if there was blood inside the door and Annie and Tommaso were walking down the hallway toward the front door, that they would have seen the blood there and they would have told Savannah over the phone, because it's a very important detail. I mean, you wouldn't take that out. You wouldn't just say like, oh, there's blood on the stoop and not mention the blood on the inside. You would say, oh, there's blood on both sides of it. You'd say that to your sister because that's part of this person maybe like hitting their head and like stumbling out the door, and Mom's missing somewhere because she fell down, or you know what I mean?
Yeah. I wonder if they told her not to say, do you think they might have said don't say too much about that? If they told her? Because I think she probably, because she recorded that interview with Hoda, probably had the FBI look at it before they released it.
Meaning, go ahead.
Just to say, hey, look, this is an interview we're doing. We want to pass it by you. Is there anything that we shouldn't be putting out there? And we don't know that they didn't tell her not to say something. So that's what I mean. There could be something the FBI says, you know what? Don't say this right now. We're trying to keep that close to the vest.
Ah.
You know what I mean? Because we heard about a
Well,
broken lamp, and we heard some things that other people said, "Oh, trust me, I know." And we didn't hear Savannah say that. So, is it something that the FBI said, "Hey, let's just pipe down on this one"?
yeah, along with some other details too. That
Yeah.
yeah, okay, yeah, that's a good one there. Yeah, it's so frustrating because it's like you guys. I have a mother who is 80 years old, and she from the nose up, she looks just like Nancy. She looks spitting image of Nancy, and she's not in the greatest of health. And my mom and I were talking about it, and she says, "Well, if somebody came in here and did that to me, I'd be dead in minutes."
Yeah, yeah.
And it's so scary, to think about what that woman must have went through.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Do you
Yeah.
think she was alive when she left, Carolyn?
I tend to say no. I don't think so. And I don't know whether they just, did something to her there, like just, I don't know whether they, I don't know, strangled her, smothered her, something. But then, then you have that blood, and that blood is just, why? But then she didn't have her hearing aids, she didn't have her glasses, she didn't have her shoes, she didn't have her cane, she didn't have her medication. And then they say, oh, these kidnappers, and another one, right, that about they sent a very heartfelt apology. Have you heard that one?
I did.
Yeah,
I
okay.
did.
They're so sorry, right, that she passed, but they didn't take anything that she needed for comfort, right?
So it's not only that they didn't take the things that she would have needed for comfort, but then when they went to send out the first ransom letter, they didn't put any proof of life answers in it.
Right.
Which again, if the person was alive and you got $4 million riding on the line, you can't have any hitches. You gotta say when they read this letter, they gotta know 100% that we're for real. And that would have been the only way to do it. Because for sure, Nancy had proof of life answers that only she would have known and her kids.
Yeah. So that's
You
why
agree
I
with
think
me,
she
right?
wasn't. Yeah, I do, but I think she wasn't alive when she left that house. You know what I mean? That I think
So-
she was just done in the house, and then just they rolled up the car, put her in a trunk, or put her in the back of an SUV, or even a pickup truck. We don't know, that has could have a top on it on the bed. They could have done a lot of things like that, and she was just gone right from the get-go.
Yeah, so chat, I have to agree with Carolyn that I believe that Nancy was not alive when she left. And I think that either she was intentionally injured, or in other words, as a way of trying to silencing her when they went to take her to make sure that she wouldn't make any noise, and it killed her, or that she just died from shock and fright. But I have a tendency to believe that they did something to her somehow, that she got injured because of the blood.
Yeah.
And so what I really want to know is that blood that's outside on that stoop, because everybody keeps saying, well, it's expirated blood, so she had to be alive. She had to be alive. And yet I've seen experts also saying that no, it's not expirated blood, and it doesn't look like expirated blood. So what we really need to know, and the FBI already knows this, Carolyn, they already know whether there's amylase in that blood. Now, if there is, then they'll say, okay, it could be expirated because there's saliva, mucus, right? But if there's no amylase at all in any of those samples, I would tell you I think she's dead, because that would mean that she was bleeding from some other area of her body, that didn't have amylase or mucus, right? So it would be something probably more sinister,
Yeah, and could it have just been, like I said, they did something in the bedroom, they had her wrapped up, but then as they're going out, either they awkwardly, trying to get the one door open, the other door open, stumbled, maybe the tarp or whatever they had slipped, maybe she had blood in her mouth, like just when, it's not pleasant, but when you pass, we know that body fluids leak, right? things
I
like
have
that.
heard that. I
Right?
have
Could
heard
she
that.
have had blood coming out of her nose and mouth? And it
Hmm.
just, her head tumbled down or something, and she started to leak some of that blood. And then they're like, oh gosh, and they kind of positioned her, and then the spots were fewer and fewer. Maybe some
Hmm.
had run off on the tarp, and as they're trying to maneuver her, there's a few drops on the walkway, and then they get her into whatever vehicle.
It makes the most sense to me, Carolyn, because you've got to pause for a minute when you open up the door, and you have to turn the body just a certain way to get it through the door.
Yeah, well,
Because
like coming home with groceries, right? If your hands are
yeah.
loaded
Hmm.
and you got to go through two doors, right?
Hmm.
And you've got to open a heavy, and you could tell that security door is heavy. The one with the
Sure.
yeah. So and then you've got to turn the doorknob. You've got to push it out. It's awkward. And if you're holding a 150-pound woman, even if you have two people, it's awkward. If you have one person, it's really awkward. And
I agree.
it's very easy to slip up a little bit.
Although I do think, though, that with two people and one person in the front who presumably was away from the source of blood, so the person in front didn't have to worry about their contact, it was the person in the back, that as long as that person paid attention, and maybe held their end of the burrito out to the side, that they could get out of there and not leave a print not leave a shoe print in the blood itself. Like they could walk out of there and do that. But we had a question from Terry in the chat, and Terry says, how much longer until the genealogy comes back? And Carolyn, this is your channel. I mean, I have opinions, but this
Go
is
ahead, answer it. Yeah, because I don't have a definitive answer on that. We don't know. I don't know.
so
Go ahead.
So they're saying the genealogy could take up to a year, depending on whether the degree of the mix of the sample. So in other words, let's just say hypothetically, if it was a 70% mix of the perp, well, then it would be fairly quick. But if it's a 40, 30, 20% mix, then you're dealing with a much smaller sample of DNA. So then it's much more difficult to figure out the whole sequence and determine who it is. So, but I will just say that I don't have any hope in the genealogy side. And the reason why is because so many people have been in that house who have worked on it, done different things, different tasks. And I mean, it would be great to say that it was going to be the perp's DNA that would be in that house, but I mean, unless they happen to find it in an area like on a doorknob or somewhere fresh that somebody would have just touched and then it was mixed with something else, and so that you could say like, okay, well, the only reason that this could be in this particular spot would be that if the perp touched it because that was the person who was in here last and they touched this item. I could understand that. But if it was something like, say, a TV remote, well, you get my point, right?
Yeah.
Well,
The
so
other thing. Okay, go ahead. You go ahead. Finish.
yeah. So
Sorry.
so I don't know that is going to hold any real helpful clues, particularly if this person happens to not be a U.S. citizen, because then you get even the worst scenarios. I mean, there is some advantages with Hispanic DNA because it does have certain markers in it that you can trace by Hispanic descent.
Right.
So you can say, okay, I know we have a Hispanic person here and I can work from that population, which is an advantage in terms of narrowing your suspects. But even if you came up with someone in there that was a Hispanic DNA sample, you don't know for sure that that's the perp.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, right? Depending on where you got it from, and you knew that, say you got it off the flower pot, the edge of the flower pot, and say it had Nancy's DNA mixed and his, and you might say like, okay, we think that we pretty much, this could be our person, but there's only 20% here. Go ahead, Carolyn. I know you wanted to say.
That's okay. I wrote it down. See. Okay. So, package. Okay, I've got a couple of things to discuss. That Amazon package that was on the porch.
Yeah.
Right.
I heard about it. But I can't say that I know much details, but I did hear about it.
Here's what I would like to know. Okay, it was Saturday when she went to go play games. When was that package delivered?
I heard that it was delivered on the morning that after Nancy is gone.
Okay,
So that would
if that happened, then do we know if they took a picture that would maybe show the blood there? Is that where they normally leave? Like, did they, I'm sure they did. They probably contacted the package delivery person, right? You would think.
So there's different so I know if it's Amazon, I think Amazon, they will take a picture at your doorstep, but I don't know. And I'm just saying, hypothetically, if it was UPS or some other carrier, I don't know if they all do that or how that works, depending on the carrier. And I don't actually know that package arrived on Sunday. I heard that it did, but if that's the case, then Annie and Tommaso would have got it, right?
Right. Why was that still there? Why was that still there? And when did we see the first pictures of that package? You know what I'm saying? Was it delivered on that Monday, on that Tuesday? When did we first see the pictures of it? Was what Brian Enton was there after 3 days? That's one of my questions.
Okay.
The other thing I have is that Uber driver. Now, someone I heard, maybe it was Ashley Banfield that brought this up. No, I think this was another thing I watched. Okay, so I watched just a little snippet of something, and I don't normally watch this channel, so I don't know what their feelings are, but it kind of seems like they believe the family, not Savannah, but other family members may be involved, and they said, thankfully there is that Uber driver, because without that Uber driver, they said, how would you really know? Well, you have the garage door open and closed, but do you know Nancy was there? Do they have any pictures of Nancy exiting the vehicle? So the Uber driver at least gives them a timeline of when Nancy was really last seen by someone other than family. Right?
Well, the other thing too, and again, I don't know to what detail because I don't know that. I mean, I know that you would probably know the model of Annie's vehicle and how new it is, but I know on these super new models that the GPS data and the vehicle operating system is so sophisticated that, for example, let's just say that you and your family, let's say 4 people hopped in your vehicle and you went to go somewhere, that if forensics had to go through and figure out exactly what you did when you got to a certain location, they'd be able to find out which doors opened, which doors opened first,
right.
how long the doors stayed open, and when they closed. And why that is relevant to this situation is because if they downloaded the GPS data out of Annie's car and it showed that the passenger door opened, plus you got the camera footage that would come off of the garage facing camera that would have picked up Annie and Tommaso when they drove into the driveway, provided they went up to the garage, which presumably they did. So you've got that, but you really got the GPS data. I mean, because even it's going to tell you the seatbelts.
Oh, yeah,
So-
right, exactly, right. If it's the weight is, because if you put a very light, sometimes you can put a watermelon on your front seat and it thinks a person's there based on how heavy that watermelon is, right? Yeah, no, really, like, and it'll tell you, put their seatbelt on, okay? So, there are cars that will tell us a lot of things like that, but I mean, I don't know now, the Uber drivers, if they have that dash cam that records the person walking to their vehicle, like, some people, like my daughter has this thing that when she takes an Uber or a Lyft or whatever, she puts me as like this contact, and I know what car she's in. I know the license plate of it. I can see the whole route that it goes, just in case something would happen. So we don't know, like, if she had anything like that either.
That's true. That's true.
That
But I do
shows,
think,
yeah.
though, that the FBI did verify.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they did, right? But someone was just mentioning that it was just another, like a checkpoint that somebody other than family, because there's a lot of people that say, oh, I don't think maybe she never went home. Maybe that's all a farce and everything, and or maybe that somebody went in with her and hid in the house and then opened the doors, in the back. So there's a lot of speculation about a lot of stuff like that.
The best rebuttal that I have against anything like that would be that, so we can do her cell phone pings off the tower.
Mm-hmm.
So they know that she's in a certain proximity of that cell. And that proximity would always match up, presumably because she'd always leave her phone in the same place before she went to bed at night. So if you look at a cell tower and you said, okay, where does the proximity tell us? The proximity is probably always going to be the same because she always leaves her phone in the same place at night. So
Right.
Why that's relevant is that, so if the phone is picking up her vitals and transmitting her pacemaker and all that other good stuff, that it's plugging into that phone, and the GPS says we know where her phone is, it's right here, and we see her vitals feeding into that phone, then she's got to be there with the phone.
Yeah, and then the other thing is the pacemaker and the phone are connected there, so it puts her at the phone and her body, because she's holding that pacemaker inside her body, right? So so we know she's home, but do we know somebody didn't stay in there? We don't know that. We don't know if two people besides Nancy were in that car, right?
We don't know if there was an extra person,
right? Who might have stayed inside.
Hold on. The GPS, that they would have had to stay in the car, and they would have not had to put a seatbelt on because it would have been told by the GPS.
Right. That's what I'm saying. The FBI may know it.
Yeah.
Right. But we don't know that.
Yeah,
that's what I'm just saying. We're not aware, right?
Right.
Yeah. So.
But they cleared the family, though, so
Yeah.
you would think if there was somebody in there, they weren't in there for a nefarious reason, because they cleared the family.
Right.
You know what I mean? But who else would be in there other than the kids that they were at the house with that night, playing their board game with?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking of different, because these are things that people have said that I've seen in various chats. People have said
The thing that stands out the most to me, and goes back to the ransom, that if you were trying to pull this ransom off, and you had to convince people on the other end that you for sure had Nancy, the only way to do that is without actually, like taking pieces of her body or her hair, right? If you're not going to go that route, which you really can't because you don't want to give them evidence, right? So you're going to have to give them digital evidence.
Mm-hmm.
The only digital evidence that you can give them is the answers that she provides you, that only she knows. And that's a common thing that is done in ransoms, So if these guys are on AI and they're getting these ransom letters put together, they already know, proof of life and how all these things are verified, so that you can get the money that you want. And so there's either one of two things that's going on. Either A, they never really wanted the money in the first place because the letter's a hoax and it's a sham. Or B, she was dead and they couldn't get any proof of life answers from her because she was dead. I don't know what, and so you're, in those scenarios, you're left with, okay, well then the ransom letters could be hoaxes. Then they could be, or you could be like, well, they were real, but she really was dead at the time.
Yeah, and you know what I just thought about too?
Go ahead.
Okay, and this is just something that I know as a creator, and I've heard other creators. Okay, sometimes there's people that get overly invested with us, and then they know certain things, and you're like, well, how the freak did they know that? I never said that. Sometimes you forget things that you've shared or told, or they get to the point that they scour your social media, and they scour, like, they can dig in and find a lot of things, and they may mention something that at first time you hear it, you go, oh my gosh, what are they doing? You know, like, how did they get this? But then there is a way. So now with that video that surfaced, that 2013 video where she was in her house, right? Making that bed.
Yep. Lots of detail.
Yeah, but there's also probably, if they sat there and scoured every time she was on that Today Show, right? What little details might she have given that nobody's really thinking of? But if they're put in a letter, right, and somebody's not thinking, oh yeah, well, it's that bed video from 2013, like right in the beginning when everybody's kind of consumed with, oh my gosh, my mother's been abducted, and now someone's talking about some, let's just say, dog figurine that is in her bedroom. How would they know about that? Or a picture, right? And I don't even know that that's there, but I'm just saying. Maybe at that time, they're like, how would this person know unless they were in the house, right?
Right.
So
They'd have
they're
to be-
not thinking about, oh, in 2013 we did a video, because it's not in the forefront of your mind. You know, so it could have been something like that. You know, and then
Well,
when the FBI questioned them and said, okay, we have to look at this. Is there any way they would know this, blue Chinese Persian dog is on the third shelf of your mother's, bookcase? Is there any way that they would know this? And then, they have like the social media task force that goes through all this stuff, that does all these searches and goes, bingo, we got a 2013 episode, and it shows this blue dog. So I wonder if it just had something to do with that,
In other words, you're saying that when they looked at the verifiers that were in the letters, that they couldn't be 100% certain that it couldn't have been picked up somewhere else.
Right. Like I'm saying, like, in the very beginning, they're not thinking about all the footage that Savannah put out there, or that her mother was in these segments, because it's, 13 years ago, right? So if they get a ransom note right away and it mentions something, I mean, just think about yourself, like any creator. Let's just say it mentions something, in a room that, like, I'm not filming in here, okay? And it says, well, in Carolyn's living room, there's an oil painting of her house that she grew up in, right? So then maybe my kids would be like, oh my gosh, right? How do they know that my mother has that in her living room? My mother never films in her living room.
She's got a filling on her second molar.
Right? So just at, with all of the commotion right off the bat, it could cause family members to say, oh my gosh, this has to be real. Right? Because my mother doesn't film in that room. And
I agree, but I also will say, if we were to say to each other, yes, there's certain things that can be duplicated, but we also know there's certain things that could never be duplicated. And I'll give an example. Like, let's say that, the perp had you there, and he said, okay, Carolyn, I need some proof of life answers from you. So I want you to tell me about a memory you have with one of your children, about something very special that you did with them, that you only did it once with them, and they're going to remember this particular thing that you did. I mean, and that's not necessarily a great scenario, but I'm saying there's certain scenarios that you can concoct that a person would say, like, okay, they got her. They got her. They got my mom. Like, my mom is only going to know that
Right, right,
I
right.
would like my shoelaces tied on the right side or whatever,
Yeah, yeah.
some little idiosyncratic thing, that your kid does, that nobody else is going to know, like maybe a mole on the right belly button or something. Who knows? But,
Right, or maybe
um,
my mother had surgery on her right toe, and she had to go in, so something. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
it's Mr. Wu said something that I want to come to because, let's see, I hope you're understanding what a good conversation is. So he did bring up the fact that he thinks that I might be alluding to the fact that this person could be Mexican. And I'm certainly not fearful of saying that I think that this person could be. I've said it before on here, and my personal opinion, everybody has theirs, but mine is that he was not, the porch perp was not faking, in my opinion, that night when he came up on the porch. He wasn't just thinking like, okay, I'm going to put on this gear and I'm going to wear it in such a way that if somebody sees it, they're going to conclude certain things about me that are inaccurate. I don't think that he was thinking that, because I don't think that he was really thinking he was going to be filmed. I think that he had the Mexican carry because that was his most comfortable way of handling that gun. Very familiar with doing it that way. And like you said, either he's got Mediterranean eyes or he's got some type of ethnic eyes that lead me to believe, in my opinion, that he is Hispanic. I know he could be Italian, it could be, Mediterranean, Greece, but I'm thinking and the fact that this is the thing, Carolyn, I had this conversation with my mom. I said, Mom, you know that if it was my eyes behind that mask, you'd know it was me. You'd know it was your son, right? She said, of course I would. And I said, and if it was my sister, she'd know it was me too, right? Yep, yep. And if it was my cousins and my uncles and my aunts, they'd know that was me behind the mask too, right? And she said, yeah, because I have pretty distinctive eyes. And so my point is that how is it that we have this person has to have a mother and father, and if they're Hispanic, and Hispanics tend to have larger families, they'd have brothers and cousins, maybe sisters, other people that would know them. And so if this is indeed the case, how is it that we can have nobody coming forward to say, I recognize this person for $1.2 million?
Yeah, but you know what? Did you ever follow the Delphi case?
No, ma'am.
Okay, well, they had a that case. There wasn't an arrest for years. That two young girls were brutally murdered. Okay, but they have an image that one of the girls took on her cell phone, and it was of this guy they called Bridge Guy. Okay, they had his gait. They had him walking. They had even part of his voice in here. And this,
was that the guy that killed the two little girls?
Yes, Abby and Libby.
Yeah.
In Indiana. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I didn't hear what happened with that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Everybody was looking at this guy, right?
You're right.
Everybody was looking at him, and he was hiding in plain sight because he was at the CVS. Yeah. He was at the CVS. He worked at the CVS right in the town. And, he wasn't even wearing a ski mask or anything. He was wearing a jacket that they later showed him wearing that jacket in a bar, like a bar with, like a pool hall and stuff, where he was out with his wife. And yet, you're talking about the very people, his wife, his daughter, people he worked with. Nobody was saying, hey, you know what? That looks like Richard Allen.
But it's not quite the same situation. We got a close-up of this guy and his eyes like a foot and a half away.
Well, yeah, but they really got footage of this guy. So that's the thing, that sometimes, do you think if somebody's not thinking like, oh, yeah, that wouldn't be James doing anything like that. James would never do that.
Jason James.
Well,
if it was your son, if you have a son and that was your son behind that mask, would you recognize the eyes?
You think so. But then I just wonder if it's just because, like, you would never in a million years think it was your kid. And just the way people, okay, here's the thing. Here, you know how people's imaginations are all playing tricks on them every time any kind of perp
You don't
comes
want to
out there.
believe it.
No, but I mean, you know, like how they release somebody, like they go, oh,
Sure.
this guy was in there, and they go, oh my gosh, yes, that's his eyes, right? And then when they go, no, he's cleared, and then they'll just get another person. They go, oh yeah, that looks like that guy, right? And they get themselves convinced. So I also see that happen. Sometimes the suggestion is so much that they think it's somebody that it's not. Like, I will tell you, Jason James, that when the whole thing was breaking, everybody's looking at the eyes, and they're saying, oh, isn't it, this looks like Tommaso's eyes, right? I'm like, it doesn't look like Tommaso's eyes to me. Then, oh, this looks like this one's eyes, the band member. But when they came up with the one guy, the guy, not Luke, the other guy, the one that says he was in Dubai or Jordan, I looked at that guy's eyes and I said, I said, that looks like his eyes, okay? And I'm not usually like that. And then everybody said that guy got really offended, and he wrote to some people on social media and said he hasn't been here since 2019. Now, obviously, we're going to know that the FBI is checking up on this, but we don't know that. Like, if he says that just to someone, that doesn't mean it's the truth. But again, I would imagine the FBI is checking up on that. But that was one person, and I'm like, it looks like his eyes. Do you know which guy I'm talking about?
I know that there's probably already been cases where the FBI has been contacted and someone says, I know your guy. I know who's behind that mask. I can tell you right now it's so-and-so. And they go there and they check it out and it's not the guy.
Mm-hmm.
So they got it wrong, right? They thought that it was him and they thought of the right eyes, and it wasn't, because the guy had an alibi and it checked out. And so you can be mistaken. But at some point, if somebody really knows the guy and they would see the similarity, at some point somebody, would be right. They'd be like, oh, it is him, and they do make the call. And only thing I'm saying about this, Carolyn, is that I understand in our society there's many people who don't absorb the news, so they wouldn't pay attention, may not even know the Guthrie case or anything, what the guy even looks like, the perp. And so there's many people in our society that if you put it up in front of them right now with a mask on, they say, have you seen this person? They'd say, no, who is it? Sadly, right?
Right.
So it's very possible that the person's family could be living here in the United States and he's just unrecognized. But if I had to work out the odds and the probabilities of what I think is the likelihood, I'm saying the greater odds are that the family is not here in this country, in my opinion. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's possible, right? But let's just say, we could say, well, maybe the mom wouldn't recognize, maybe the dad wouldn't. But then you got to get by the cousins, right? Like, somebody's going to know in the immediate family, and nobody apparently knows. Not just one or two, but nobody in the family.
But what if they do have it? Okay, let's just say maybe someone says, hey, that looks like so-and-so, but they don't want to believe it, and they don't want to even go there because that is their family member, and they don't want to put even that idea into the universe. Do you know what I mean?
I'll tell you what. So I came from a family that we were raised to do the right thing. And if somebody was breaking, and our family was even the type of family that if somebody else in the family, did something that was wrong, they wouldn't cover for them. They'd tell them.
Yeah, right.
They'd be like, because my family was very legal and upstanding, and we are associated with people who do things like that, and you shouldn't be either. That's how they raised me,
Right.
And so I'm just saying that, but I agree with you. there are families. I saw these porch pirates where they had cameras right inside the boxes, and the kids got them home, because they were stealing them because they were, adolescents that could be prosecuted, and brought home the boxes and opened them up, and the parents are right in the living room with the kids, and the parents are congratulating the kids about what a good haul they had. And I'm like, oh my God, what kind of family is this? But it's true. What you're saying is right, that there could be, those families out there would be like, we're not telling on Jose. We're not gonna snitch Jose out.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and there's plenty of people like that, especially if they're, if they maybe they are involved in different things, and they're just, not seeing it. But like, I just keep going back to Richard Allen, and there's still people today that say, no, that's not Richard Allen. You don't have the right guy. There's that phenomenon too, where people will see what they want to see sometimes and not see
I agree.
them,
That's the problem with the eyewitness testimony that you were talking about, that you read something in that's not really there,
Right.
because, eyewitness testimony is not necessarily reliable.
Yeah.
It's certainly in court, they rip that to shreds a lot of times. You know that from
Yep.
following true crime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Well, you guys, I lose sleep over this because, I just keep going through in my mind what this woman must have went through. And it's horrifying to me. And I'm far apart from my mom. My mom lives a long ways away from me, so I don't get to be with her very often because how far away she lives. And so kind of increases my anxiety a little bit, but I know that she's in a gated community and she keeps her doors locked and, lives with a husband who's 90 plus years old. So you can imagine how that goes over.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But the other thing I was going to say, what was I going to say? You just said about your mother, and then what was Carolyn going to say? Hold on a second. Oh, about Nancy, about him, the perp going into Nancy's house. And perhaps, she did take heavy sleeping meds. Perhaps, she couldn't, maybe never knew what hit her, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Maybe she was just really out there. Sometimes when people take those heavy sleeping meds, they're not easy to wake up, especially if they're, in the first part of that sleep. They can be very hard to wake up, and perhaps whatever they did, she didn't even know. And I bet that would be the best case scenario for the family, to believe there that, like she didn't want her to suffer, and her last, vision to be with someone coming to hurt her, right? But the family will always wonder, and that's the whole thing. Also, not knowing what happened to their mother, how did it happen, where is she now? That's
Right.
horrendous to be constantly going over. And I know, like Savannah said, every night she's thinking of that, and you'd have to be, right? You'd wake up like, what happened? What happened? Like, did it happen this way? Did it happen that way? Was she? And maybe some nights try to console yourself, maybe like with a scenario like I just said, or, other nights just to be horrified about your mother's last moments being such terror. But I had something else I was going to tell you. Let me say, you said about your mother and the gated community. Oh, yep, now I remember. The church, okay, because that came up last night. And so when I went to the Good Shepherd, it said that their service is 11 a.m. Eastern time. But that would be, now they're 3 hours behind us because Arizona doesn't have daylight savings time, so they would be 2 hours, so it would be 9 a.m. if it was a live stream that she would have to be watching in January because we wouldn't have fall sprung. If I get
I
this
was
right,
thinking service was at 10 a.m. Arizona
we
time.
spring ahead. They
Well, it was New York, actually. She was watching
yes,
it.
it's 11 a.m. Eastern time. That's my time. So we had somebody in Arizona last night, and they said they're 3 hours behind us.
Would have been
But
7 a.m.
that's because we sprung ahead. Okay, and there's a stupid daylight savings time. I can't stand. So, but we were back an hour, so I think it's only 2. I think we're only 2 hours different than Arizona when we're in the fall back. Well, we spring ahead is the 3 hours. So we would have still been in the fall back if I'm correct. And so that means it would be at 9 a.m. if it was a live stream that she'd have to be at these people's house. And that it brings me to the other thing I had to say too. So someone was in here and adamant saying that, oh, no, they don't have a live stream. I don't know that because it seems like from the website they do have a live stream at 11 a.m. Now, it does go to a YouTube channel. It's very possible that these older people said, hey, we don't want to get together at 9 a.m. Why don't we just get together at 11 a.m. and we'll watch, it won't be live, but we'll watch it anyway off the YouTube channel. Could very well be that. So I'd like to find out about that, but that brings me to them calling Annie and Tommaso saying your mother didn't show up, right? They go to the house and, how did they get into the house? Through the garage and never see the blood at first on the front porch, right? So let's say they go into the garage and that door brings them into the kitchen. Everything looks good at that point, right? Where's mom? Where's mom?
Mom.
Yeah,
They're calling their name.
Yeah, where's mom? Okay. Now you would think, and they didn't have siblings that were in Arizona because that would be like commonplace. If Savannah and the brother lived there, hey, did you pick mom up? Are you out with mom? Right?
Right.
But we know from Savannah's interview that when she was called, the police were already there. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that, again, now this, because it was a pre-recorded video interview and it wasn't live, we don't know if Hoda had went into more detail with Savannah, right? That said, did she ask, okay, your sister called and the police were there. Is there a reason she waited so late? Maybe Savannah said, oh, you're not going to believe this. When I told you we were coming home because we were at a friend's house and her husband was coming in, I didn't hear my phone ring. And how many times I've missed calls, right? The ringer got turned off. You didn't hear it. You're in the mood, bringing stuff in and out. So it could have very easily been that Annie might have called her right away before the police got there, right after calling for the police, right? And maybe Savannah just didn't, they didn't put that in there. Oh, you don't need to give them all those details. Just, we can cut this. And a lot of times they have to cut a lot of it out because they try to make it fit in a certain segment.
Okay.
So everybody's just assuming that, oh my gosh, there's something wrong with Annie. Why in the heck would she call the police and have the police there and then wait all this time to call Savannah? But see, we don't know the whole story. And we don't know if it's on the cutting room floor.
I thought that, no, I will say that even if it was 15 minutes or 17 minutes, that, from the time that Annie and Tommaso showed up at the house, just hypothetically, if it was 15 to 17 minutes that she waited to call her sister, and if you said to me, do I think that's a little bit unusual? If it was only 15 minutes, I guess it would depend on the scenario, because if they came in, they're like, okay, did she wander off? Let's look in the backyard. Let's rule out all this stuff before we get the sister on the horn and get her all wound up. Because once we call her and tell her, like, listen, we can't find mom at all. Now it's all gangbusters, because we're telling you that she's gone, right? And so I think that they could have spent time walking around and looking, and it is a little bit of a distance in time. Now, I'm not aware that it was longer than a 15 or 17-minute interval that went between the time that they showed up and the time that she got a call, but it certainly was long enough that I guess the police showed up there within 15 minutes. And so if the police were there and she called her sister and is saying the police are here right now, that it had to have at least been 15 minutes, But again, they might have been going around checking to see if they could find her, because I'd be worried that your mom went out into the backyard and had some hit her head and whatever, but
Right.
at some point you would realize that, I don't think that they noticed the camera missing right off the bat, particularly if they did.
Yeah, if they didn't go in through the front door.
Yeah.
The other thing that could also be, right, is a couple of other scenarios. Let's just say, she's thinking, okay, this is very unlike mom and the friends. Maybe she was kept asking the friends from church, like, hey, when's the last time you talked to her? And did she call you this morning? Did she say she was on her way over? It could be very well that she's trying to follow up with people there right in the Tucson area, her friends. She may have been calling through an address book of her mother's friends. Because why am I going to bother my sister in New York and my brother in Vermont or Connecticut when I haven't even checked that mom could just be with, maybe they said she had a lot of friends, right? Maybe
I
mom
would have ruled that out right away, though, because if I'd have walked into her bedroom and saw her smartphone there,
you're right about that. Okay, that's
other stuff. I'm going to be like, there's nobody that showed up.
Okay, good point. Okay, so then the other scenario is that being that her brother was in the military and being that Savannah was the baby, maybe she called him first and he kept her on the phone until the police got there. Here, I want you to ask the police this, get a pen and paper, write this down, right? We don't know that Cameron wasn't on the phone for 15 minutes with Annie.
Well, he was on the phone at some point, because he was the one that was telling her when she said, well, do you think it could be me? Am I the reason that this happened? And he's like, well, sis, I'm sorry. It might be because of you,
Right.
So he was on the phone with her.
With Savannah after, but I'm saying maybe Annie called him first, because I think he is the oldest, right? Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, and he's had the military training, and they probably look up to him and respect him. And,
Sure.
Let me call brother first and see what's going on. Hey, mom's not here. Her stuff is here. I'm really worried about her. Our church friend said this. And I just think he would say, okay, Annie, listen to me. Did you call the police? Okay, great. They're on their way. I need you to check all these things, write down these questions. And he was probably giving her some very good advice. And then probably by the time she got off the phone with him, she probably relayed it to Tommaso or whoever was there. He wants us to check these things. And then, of course, before you're going to go upset the little sister, well, let's see what's going on. Sometimes people, if they even think something is very bad, they will say, oh, this is going to probably be right now I've heard people say they're probably having like their last carefree moments, right? Before we're going to bring this news to them. And it's hard,
In other words, they're not looking forward to making the phone call.
No, to not making right. And then bringing this all out because it's like, even when you're going through it, and the more people you tell, the more real it is, right?
Right.
Yeah. So there's a lot of emotional components to all of that. And then she had the police coming, and they're probably looking around like crazy for any type of clues. I think they said they were calling out hospitals, and they had already told her that they called the hospital by the time they called her. So, but somebody mentioned something really great. They said, well, the police would be able to see any emergency calls to that house, by any ambulance crew, just by checking in their databases, like immediately.
Sure.
So that would have been something. But of course, you're not thinking that, right? If the police aren't there, you think, oh my gosh, Tommaso, call the hospitals. See if mom's there. Call, your reasoning can go out the window when you're in a situation like that. You're panicking.
Well, they were frantic, and they were at that moment in time. They were thinking, "Where is my mother? And is she okay? And is she hurt? And is she alive?" And I would just be beside myself. I'd be frantic. And I don't know that necessarily if anybody would say, and I'm not saying you are, Carolyn, because I'm certainly not suggesting that, but for anybody that might think that they were rationally thinking in those moments, I just can't see it being feasible, because you'd be so frantic. Your mind would be racing, and you'd be going. You might be trying to think logically, but you can't
even remember. Sometimes when you get in those situations, you can't even think exactly. You're like, oh my gosh, who do I call? Who you like? You just
where's my mother? Where's my mother?
Yeah, I can't even think of. Sometimes they can't even think of their brother or their sister's number. It's just. I've been in situations like that, and you can't even think clearly. Like you're just so rattled that, oh my gosh, I've got to call this person or that person. I don't even know, or your mind's going in a million different things. I've got to call this person, but I've got to run out there. I've got to check this, and you're just like, have to regroup because you're all over the place.
Well, Mr. Wu brought up something earlier in the chat, and I meant to address it, and it just slipped me. So I apologize, Mr. Wu, and I want to say thank you very much, Terry, for the nice thing that you said. But so Mr. Wu brought up the fact that one of these particular perps, or at least maybe more than one, could have been working at one of the construction sites near the house.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of one of these things where we say to ourselves, okay, we see the Mexican carry, we see the Mediterranean or possibly Hispanic eyes, and then we know that these type of job sites, especially in that particular area, like to employ illegal workers.
Mm-hmm.
Just do. And it's a common thing.
Oh, yeah.
And, and so I really think that if there is a connection to anything local, which you would think that if there had to be knowledge of those foothills, knowledge of the neighborhood, how to get in, how to get out, all those things that, the simplest explanation would be that it was a local type of a knowledge that was derived. In other words, somebody lived or worked nearby
that had been watching, for a while.
Yeah. But in my opinion, not like Nancy didn't know them. Nancy didn't have any contact with them. They didn't do any work at the house, and that's why the FBI hasn't been able to find this person, because they can't find. It's stranger danger, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Could be wrong. Let's see, Jason. I don't think this is a cold case yet. Do you? Carolyn, you're the boss. You go first.
I don't think it's a cold case yet. I mean, I hope that there is going to be a break in it. It's getting scarier and scarier the more time goes on, but I don't think it's reached that point yet. And we know that even in cold cases, there's breaks. Like just a few of them this week have been years and years and years, and they're finding them. So we can still have hope. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think that it's a cold case. They've got a lot of leads to go through that they originally got, and I would imagine that they're getting leads all the time by this guy's face, where people want this money.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, if I was a young lad and I had the mind of it, and maybe I was bilingual or whatever and was big and strong enough to do it, to go down to those border towns. And because I'm wondering, if that's, there's a certain person that you probably know of, Carolyn, is handing out flyers right now.
Yeah.
And it's been going on. Other people have been doing it too. And I do think that that is a good strategy, because if it's somebody that lives in our nation, yet they don't consume media, that this might be a way to get this face out there.
Right.
But if I were to be handing out these flyers, I'd be doing it down by the border.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a big chunk of money that really will change someone's life. Like, you think that more people would be kind of digging in and trying to find any information, right? Just going around talking to people and, like, I mean, people that live there and everything, people that just live there. But a lot of them, like you said, some of them don't even really follow this. Did you see? I know they were giving out flyers, and a few of those people were like,
I noticed that.
And you're like, what? They don't even really know, So, yeah.
Well, my Spanish is not very good at all, but I would at least want to say to somebody that was a Spanish-speaking person, would you like to earn $1.2 million? Do you know who this person is? And then give it to them. That's it, something like that. But that money, Carolyn, I just don't understand how it is that, isn't that something that strikes you as somewhat significant, that this much time has passed and nobody is forward?
Yeah, and you think that someone, let's just say, if it was, if someone just had an inkling, let's just say at a construction site, hey, maybe Harvey was involved in that, and I don't know, there's 1.2 million on the line there. I could really use that, right? That they would be invested in, say something.
Well, I know that I'm not going to say it's a cold case until we probably get a few more months down the road. And then I'm telling you, with this ransom thing right now, I just don't understand why they're not calling this person's bluff. Like, they should at least want to catch this guy.
Yeah.
And because he's a criminal for what he's doing.
Sure. Yeah.
Just get the guy off of the street so he's quit harassing the family like this.
Right, and make an example so that you're not going to have copycats.
You're darn right.
Right, that are going to keep doing this to see if they can, make a few bucks doing that. So, yeah, I hope that they do something, because they sent just two today. And if they're all connected with the same Bitcoin wallet and all the same information, hopefully sooner or later, sometimes the more things they send, and then it's, oh crap, they did something stupid, and there might just be something that can identify them, even if they're having a problem with the Bitcoin wallet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
there's another topic that came up in the chat. Sorry to interrupt, Carolyn, and just so it doesn't scroll by too quick, because I know you can comment on this, but I guess I'm gonna have to as well. So Space Cat was brought up in the chat, and I just want to tell you guys in the chat who are listening right now. So I had conversations with Space Cat, aside from this channel, and I told Space Cat to go to Carolyn and to apologize and to make things right, and that that if he wanted to get back in her good graces, that he was going to have to do that. And that, that if he, basically I said, if that channel means something to you, the people on that channel mean something to you, that if they like you and you've built relationships with some of the people who listen to you on that channel, that you kind of have an obligation to go back there and resolve this and set the score right. And if they really do want to listen to you, and Carolyn agrees that they really do want to listen to you, then say to her, hey, I'll if you agree to this, I'll agree to chat with James once a week, if this is something that you want, Carolyn. But if not, then whatever you want, but so he could at least try to get his foot in the door. But instead, well, maybe you can speak on it, because that's what I told him, you guys, was to try to make things right. And I never heard, he
Yeah,
never told me
he never contacted me.
at all. Hey,
No, never.
that's such a shame, because, like, I can understand, Carolyn, that if he, you know, not that I agree that he should have any bitterness toward you, but if he did, that's one thing. But he also had relationships with people in the chat,
Right.
and people that knew him for a while in the chat,
Right.
and so it wasn't just about his relationship with you. It was about the relationship that he built with other people, and to kind of leave him hanging. I don't know. That doesn't go over that well with me, but that's just me. I know some people kind of like, hey, I'm here today and I'm gone tomorrow and see you later.
Yeah.
But you see, I didn't do that to you, guys. I was always popping in and, hey, what's going on? It's
Right,
chatting
yeah.
with you.
And we were nice. We weren't going after you guys.
Where's Scooter tonight?
Scooter, I was on text with her earlier. I'm trying to think if she had tonight is, she's probably recovering from Easter, because she made a bunch of stuff, food. And I know she told me she asked her family that she got together with about Nancy Guthrie, and she said, now if I'm remembering the text right, that her son-in-law believes, and the family think that they took her into Mexico. That was, I believe that was what she told me in the text. I was bringing my daughter to the bus and in the stores, but I'm pretty sure that's what she said. So they think she's in Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some nice things being said in the chat right now, Carolyn. I just want to say thank you to everybody that has taken a shine to me. As part of the reason that I came back here was because I felt like some people actually kind of liked me a little bit. And I always felt like I got along with you too, Carolyn. I didn't have any hard feelings.
No
I was
hard feelings.
I was very sad about the way that it went. I did, like I'll tell you in the chat, everybody, that I did apologize to Carolyn, because I wanted her to know that if I said anything offensive or that I came off in such a way that wasn't respectful to her channel, that I wanted her to know that I thought I was wrong, and that I think
everything went well that night, and I think Margaret offered an olive branch too, but Space didn't.
I couldn't believe it, you guys.
He just didn't take that olive branch.
I was thinking, like, it's just plain as day. I could read this all day long. Scooter is saying, oh, well, if I said anything wrong, I apologize. I'm sorry, and I was thinking, like, she's throwing you a bone, buddy. Now's your time to step up.
Just say, oh, I'm sorry too, right? And everybody can just, I was just floored by his response.
Right over his head. And I was thinking, Space, what are you doing?
Are you in space? Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that was something, I was like, oh my gosh. But and I'm a pretty easygoing person. Like I said, if I do have a fault, is giving people too many chances. But so if he would have been like really apologetic and really wanted to make a difference in some of the behaviors and the way like he would treat people like Margaret and agree to be kinder and stuff, he would have been welcome back on panel if that was a genuine thing. Because I do give people second chances. Everybody here knows that. Sometimes I give people way too many chances, and but I'm not like I don't go out to hurt people or do anything like that. So.
Well, you guys want to hear a little story?
Sure.
All right. And Carolyn, I don't know if I mentioned this story, so if I did, then just stop me.
Okay.
But I may have told the chat about the story that when my mother caught me thieving from
the bottles. You told us about the bottles.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Good. We got that clear.
Yeah.
The point is that it's important to have integrity. It's important to do the right thing. And this is where Space needed to step up and recognize that okay, someone else is owning the fact that they could have said something wrong. They could
Yeah.
have said something offensive. And now it's time for you to acknowledge that you could have said something offensive as well. But we didn't hear that. And I was disappointed with Space because I did consider him to have decent intellect.
Right.
And so it was kind of, to me, it was like very obvious,
Yeah.
but it wasn't to him. I don't think. I don't. think
No,
it
and
was
I mean,
obvious.
like we had a couple of laughs and stuff, and he even thought it was funny, like when he called my iWatch stupid, and then I made a little funny thing out of it, and it was funny. We had a laugh, and he was like, "Oh, I think we're a good pairing. This is funny. I think this is funny." But then, yeah, like at that last thing, I was just like, "What the heck?" It was kind of
Terry
like,
apparently hasn't heard the bottles story. That's what I'm seeing in the chat.
who
here.
did? Oh, Terry, you go. You can tell it again.
So Terry, I was a young lad. I was about, I don't know, 9 years old or so, and every day I passed by this grocery store that was just in a small little town where we lived, and I had even been in that grocery store many times with my mother and my sister, and it was on my way to school, and I was coming home from school, and I noticed that there was some bottles that were just kind of laying around and back. They weren't in any cartons. They were just kind of open and laying on the ground on their side. And I thought to myself, well, yeah, I could just pick up those bottles and bring them into the store and get some candy. And so that's what I did. Grabbed a bunch of them, walked right in the store and put them up on the counter. Guy was a nice guy, like he always was, and gave me my change, and I got some candy and went home, and immediately went home. And I'm sitting on the couch feeding my face full of candy, and my mom comes in the door and she says, oh, you see you got some candy there. Yeah, I do. Well, where did you get your candy from? Well, I got it from the store. Oh, you did? Well, how did you pay for that candy? Oh, well, I found some bottles. Oh, well, you did? Well, where did you find the bottles? Well, I found them out behind the store. Well, you did what? You found bottles behind the store? Well, those were the man's bottles that owned the store. You know that, don't you? You stole from him. And I did know basically that they were his because they were part of his property. And I think she said something like, well, could they have been anybody else's? And I think I probably said something like, no. And she said, all right, stop what you're doing right now. Stop what you're eating. We're going down to the store right now. And my eyes got big as quarters. And she says, come on, you're going with me. We went down the store and she marched me up to the front counter. And she said, tell him what you did. And I looked up at him and I got some tears in my eyes. And I'm like, those bottles I turned in, I stole them from the back of your shoes. Oh, you did? So you took my bottles back there, you young man? Yeah, I did. My mom made me come down here and tell you. Well, what do you think your punishment should be? And I know he's probably looking at my mom and winking at her the whole time, because they kind of,
Right.
Think it's cute or whatever, but he's like, there's the broom right over there. And it was just a small little store, and he made me sweep his floor. And I never forgot that lesson.
Right.
And I think, it's always a great lesson that parents should always, reinforce with their kids that in no way, shape, or form is it ever right to steal.
Right.
So that's the lesson. That's the lesson, Terry.
Yeah. Mom.
Did you ever get reprimanded for doing something that you knew was wrong and bad, Carolyn?
Oh, I mean, yeah. I have
As a child,
throughout
as a
my
young
life
child.
as a child. Yeah, my parents were. I was the baby. I have some funny stories. My mother, first she had 3 boys, right? And my parents are funny because my dad was in World War II, right? He came from a family of 7. My mother just came from a family of 3, but when they got married, they said, we're just going to have one child and give him everything, right? That was their plan. And they said when he was like 3 or 4, he was saying, I guess he was talking about so-and-so has a little brother, and they said, we're not going to have any little brothers or sisters. You're going to be our only child, right? And we're going to do everything with you, and we're going to be able to give you everything, and it's going to be wonderful. Because my father would tell stories about how his parents, during the Depression, right? It was so bad. You know those O. Henry chocolate bars?
I sure do. I love them.
Okay. He said the biggest treat, his father would come home and he would cut an O. Henry into 7 pieces. And he said, and here I come. So when my parents had me, my father had his own business. They were doing very well. And my father would laugh. He would bring home an O. Henry. He would always tell me the story. Here, I can give you the whole O. Henry bar. When I was a kid, we would sit here and wait for like a piece this big. And that was the greatest thing in the world, right? So, and then he would also tell us that on the side of their garage, they had a garage that they used to advertise the movies at the movie theater. And they used to get free passes. So they would go to the movies because they had it on the side of the garage. So he goes, can you imagine if we had to... My father laughed. He'd say, can you imagine now if I told you like we're going to put like a billboard on the side of our garage so that you can afford to go to the movies? But my father worked very hard, and my parents always, no matter what, had a good work ethic because of going through the Depression. And my mother's family was a little more well-to-do, but they saw the people like next to them. They didn't have money for heat, so they would always take care of things and believe in giving back. So very ethical Italian families, both of them. And so I always knew the value of $1, even though I came along when my parents were doing, very well. I wasn't, it wasn't like when my father grew up, but he never let that ever go out of your mind. Like, it's not like, oh, it's okay, just don't worry about what we do. And my father was such a good man of great integrity, and I'm so blessed to have him for a father, because I really do think I have the best father and mother. But my father would take care of people, and when he passed, I got calls from like the secretary at the insurance agency just crying for my dad, and saying he was such a great man. And what he would do, my father would have a mechanic work on his car. And when my father was ready to go get another car, he gave that car to his mechanic.
Wow.
My father did stuff like that. And I saw
That's pretty cool.
So yeah, I think the best things they taught me is how to treat people, and that you treat everybody the same. And it doesn't matter if that person is your housekeeper or the person that, works on your car. You don't say, oh, well, he's beneath, this person or that person. And that was the greatest things, the lessons that they taught me, how to treat people and how to be good to people, how to pay it forward, no matter what.
I think that's the very best lessons that you can learn in life are the ones that can help you build relationships with other people. Because, for example, the people who can hold down a marriage and can do so successfully, that really shows that they're people who can get along with other people. It's not to say that because somebody is necessarily single like myself that I can't get along with other people, but it is saying that people who have a long-time marriage partner tend to be very stable and loving people. And, it's something that I really do believe is a result of great parenting. Because if you were around parents who loved each other and you saw that, then it's much easier for you to love and trust someone else and give and be open to someone else to the extent that you can have a deep, meaningful relationship. And so if that was modeled to you, I didn't have my parents were divorced, unfortunately, Carolyn, by the time I was 10. And then there were other people that were involved that weren't necessarily always in my best interest, sadly. But, I do know that people who have great parenting have a great advantage in life because, and I don't mean by money, I mean by the people teaching moral lessons.
Yeah.
And part of being so successful, I tell my daughter this all the time. I say the greatest thing that you can do in life, if you can find one person who will have your back and believe in you through thick and thin, will never, give you up, they'll always be there. That's the greatest thing that you can ever accomplish.
Right.
So there are people who have great jobs, very successful at their jobs, but can they hold down a relationship? Because that's where the skill really comes in.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where the skill, that's where, like when the wife isn't happy, can you make her happy? When the husband isn't happy, can you make him happy? Can you work through the hard times? So I give you a lot of credit, for your background, Carolyn. I wish that I had, maybe that as much of a good a background as yourself. And maybe that's why, that I would be married instead of being a single guy like I am.
Yeah, you know what? But I'm going to tell you about a funny story. Okay, so my parents had. Okay, I told you they were just going to have the one, right? And my mother would get such intense morning sickness. She got like horrendous morning sickness. So when my brother was almost 4 years old and he voiced his opinion, this is my brother that turned out to be an attorney, right? When he voiced his opinion, hey, I don't care what you guys are deciding. I want a brother, okay? So my parents were like looking at each other and they said, okay. So my mother's criteria was that, well, can my brother make himself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at least, right? So that if she was like vomiting and just said, I have to lay down, that was, she ended up having 3 boys. They were all 4 years apart. And when they said, well, how come they were 4 years apart? That was what my mother said. They had to at least know how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich so that, they could get something to eat. I could say
basics.
Yeah, right. So if I'm in the bathroom and I can't stop vomiting, they're going to be able to get some sustenance until Daddy gets home from the office, right? So, or her mother could come over, right? Because anyway, so that was she ends up having the 3 boys first, and my mother had a system. My mother came from an Italian family, and cleanliness was like next to godliness, okay? So, my mother would say, you look at the corners and this and that. She used to, really, so she said when she had the 3 boys, one was the buffer, okay? You had the buffing machine that buffed the floors. The other one did like the moldings, and the other one would do like the bathrooms. And they had their like Saturday chores. And so when they moved they were in the city at first, and then they moved to New York, and then they moved to this nice house in New Jersey where I was born, and it was on a lake there. It was a man-made lake, but it was a very nice area. And my brothers would go down to the lake, and they would have, the concession stand and everything, but they had to have their chores done first, right? That's what my mother said. My sister and I were not born yet, okay? My brother loves to tell this story. So my middle oldest brother, he was always into the girls and everything, right? So some girl must have said, hey, come on, we're down by the lake. But he didn't get finished with all of his chores, okay? And it wasn't that much, right? So he says, would you believe it? My mother would laugh and laugh when he told the story, that I'm down there and I'm talking. You remember the girl he was with, Marianne Kumba, and I'm talking to her and I'm really making some good points with her. And on the loudspeaker of the lake, he goes, they start paging my name, he says. And they're like, what? So he's like, who the heck is calling me, right? So he goes and gets the phone, and it's my mother saying, hey, you did not finish the dusting or whatever it is that you had to do. And
I knew you were going to say
and
that.
he says, Oh, come on, Mom. I'm talking. She's like, no, come back. It'll take you 10 minutes. So she did. He went back, and so that's my mother was very regimented at that time. Then she finally had a girl, my sister, but my sister couldn't stand dolls. My mother loved dolls. And there's a picture of my sister in the bassinet. My mother bought all these dolls. And as soon as my sister got a little older, she started cutting their hair off. They're bad. I'm just cutting their hair off. My mother was like, oh my gosh, right? What are you doing? Right? So here's my mother. Oh my gosh, I finally got a girl and she can't stand dolls.
Oh, that's funny.
So then she had me and I loved them. So my mother's like, oh, finally, right? But my brothers would always say when they would see, and my sister and I did things around the house, but it was never as, how it gets relaxed as you start having more kids. So my brothers would always say like, wow, these girls don't even know what it was like. When we were growing up, we weren't allowed to do this or that or the other thing, right? We had to have this done, and boy, so they would tell these funny stories. But yeah, so my parents relaxed a little, but I was a very good kid, like where my parents had to tell me, especially like when I was a senior in high school, like I made it was like greatest distinction was the highest honor roll you could be. I was
great.
So hard on myself. Like my parents didn't like, you better get those good grades. I would have all this stuff. And I remember my parents telling me in a diner, they said, Carolyn, calm down. You're a senior. You've already been accepted into the college you want to go to. Don't worry about it. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. See, that was me. Because I was hard on myself, very hard on myself like that. And my mother would always say my oldest brother was like that. And my mother said, oh, well, because I was like one of these change of life babies, she's like, a lot of times they say, they're very type A and very smart like that they're like that. So I was more on that than
Well-behaved.
I was very well behaved. I didn't do drugs. I didn't drink. I didn't smoke. I've never smoked a cigarette, so I was a pretty good kid. And if anything, my parents were like, just calm down. I remember going to the prom, and you know what my mother said to me? She goes to me, go have a little champagne. Go. It'll loosen you up. Don't worry about it. It's like they knew that. We had limousines that were driving us. Nobody was, driving. And, but my mother would tell me stuff like that because she knew, like, I was, like, harder on myself than anybody would be.
But did it work out well in relationships for you? Because sometimes people who are hard on themselves have difficulty in relationships because they're really performance driven.
Well, no, like I think you've got to have a balance. You're talking about like romantic relationships or friends?
No. Just interpersonal, like with your husband, for example. Like you always get along with him. Everything's great.
I don't think anybody always gets along with anybody, right? But no, like we're very different. Whereas he's a little more. I'm very regimented. Like if I tell you I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do my best to get it done. And Jimmy will say he's
That's
more
how I
like,
am too.
you know what, this came up, and I can do that tomorrow. So we're kind of like a little bit of opposites attract there.
But it works out good.
But it works out okay. And, but we both like for parenting and stuff, we're pretty much on the same page. I mean, we want our kids to be, do well in school and not get into trouble or, hang out with good kids. And we're very blessed that, like the kids they hang out with, and mostly the parents too, because we're so blessed with that. We're so friendly with all the parents, and like Jimmy will always wish them like to my wife for Mother's Day, but to all of these other mothers in my kids' lives, because that's what it is. It's like a village, and we do know each other. So I have like all these little quasi sons, okay? Because they are so close. They stay here, they go on vacation with us, and they've been in their lives since preschool. And that's what's really a blessing where we are and with the people we are. And I don't take that for granted, because I know there's a lot of places they're not like that, where kids are like live a very transient life and they have to move around a lot and they don't get the chance to have those friendships. And my kids are very blessed to have that. Yeah.
Well, as I mentioned, I have a sister, and she was very well behaved and never would get in trouble. And so when anything would ever happen in the family, the finger would always get pointed at me, because it could never be my sister. And so a funny little story, a quick little story. And so we had this bathroom that had these sliding doors on the bathtub, that you'd step over.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the doors were frosted, so you couldn't see through the doors, privacy. Right. And I never thought anything of it, I just go in there and take my shower and whatever, and no problem. And my mom comes home from work, and my sister and I are there in the living room, and everything's the same it always is. She's in a good mood. How's things going? Blah, blah, blah. She goes in and uses the bathroom, comes out, and she says, well, we got a problem. Well, what's the problem, Mom? Well, those frosted doors in the bathroom, those sliding doors on the tub? Yeah. Well, somebody's been in there with their fingernail scratching on the frosted part.
Oh,
now
no.
They've scratched it off, and you can see through it. And she said, and I need to know who did it. And she looked right over at me, did not look at my sister. And I'm like, I didn't do it. I did not do it. And then she looked over at my sister. My sister's like, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. She says, okay, I'm going to tell you guys something right now. I know I didn't do it. So one of you two are lying to me. And this is not going to go down. So you both are going to go to your rooms right now. Nobody's coming out of their rooms until somebody tells me to one of you own up and tell me who did it. And now I'm mad, because I'm being sent to my room when I had nothing to do with this. I wasn't guilty of doing anything at all. And all I wanted to do was go out and play, right? And so I'm in my room, and it seems like hours I've been there. And I know it's my sister. It's got to be, because I didn't do it. My mom didn't do it. It's got to be Jill. And sure enough, I hear my sister's door across the hall slowly creep open. And I can hear some footsteps gingerly going down the hallway. And I'm like, yes, she's going to admit it. She's going to tell on herself. So I got my ear pressed up the door, and I'm listening, and I can hear it. Mom, I have something to tell you. The frosted glass, and I'm the one that did it. Oh, you're the one that did this? Well, there's going to have to be some punishment for this. I'm going to tell you right now. Go to your room. I'm getting a belt. That's it. I'm getting a belt. And now I'm in my bedroom, and I'm hearing this, and now I'm jumping up and down in glee. I'm happy. I'm like, yes, my sister's finally going to get it. It's like, usually if anybody gets her butt whooped around here, it's me. And now my sister's going to get it, So I hear my mom go into her bedroom, and I can hear her pull this belt she's got that she wears in her business pants. And there's that sound the belt makes when you pull it through the loops, the sound that I'm talking about?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. And I can hear the belt being pulled through the loops. I'm like, oh, yeah, it's going to happen. This is it. Yeah, she's going to get it now. And I hear my mom walk down the hallway and open up my sister's door. And then the door closes. I hear her, okay, Jill, bend over. And I don't hear anything for a minute. And all of a sudden I hear a laugh. Then I hear another laugh. Then both of them are laughing in there. And I'm like, what? What the heck is going on? And they come out of the door, and they're both laughing. And she's like, oh, I'm just so glad that you told me the truth. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? This is what you call punishment, But anyway, that was the whole story, that my sister usually never would get punished. Oh yeah, yeah. She was the apple of my mom's eye.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, yeah, my parents, like, just, like I said, thankfully, I mean, I was a pretty good kid. Really, I was like, I babysat for all my nieces and nephews since there was, like a big age gap. My brother was going into law school when I was born, right? So then I was the one. They would come over. Oh, we're going to go see Saturday Night Live. Can you come over and take care of the kids? And I would, be able to spend the night. So they were all really glad that I was like that. So then then my sister-in-law would be like, oh, and I'm having a dinner party. You think you could mop the floors too? And I'm like, oh yeah, because like okay, don't worry about it. So I was very like, I think I'll tell you something. One of my best friends, since I was 4. Like, have you ever a friend that was like your same age? But they just don't get it. Like she had ADHD, and when they say people with ADHD do not pick up on social cues, right?
Yep.
I could tell you 100%. And my friend Laura, if she was watching this, she would come on because we tell these stories. She would be laughing her butt off. Okay, because I'm still friends with her to this day. We lived like right on the same neighborhood. And she did things like she had a birthday party in 2nd grade. And she changed the time on the invitation. Okay, so let's say it was 1 to 4. She changed my invitation to say 1 to 8 because she wanted me to be there. Okay? So my parents usually didn't go like out. There's no cell phones, right? But my brother and his wife, they were having a baby. And I think then I remember my parents saying, wow, they're having a really long birthday party. This is crazy how long this is. But we've got to go. We're going to go buy them baby furniture. So they all went out. Okay, no cell phones. You're not talking. So I see everybody getting picked up at 4, right? So I go, what is going on? And I knew them pretty well. And I go, what, Laura, did you do something to my invitation? Because my invitation said 8 o'clock. And she gives me this like little like grin. And I go, you did, didn't you? And she still wouldn't admit to it, right? So then I told her parents, and they're like, well, then I guess you're going to the steakhouse with us, right? So I was always very, like, I loved to dress up in dresses, and she was the biggest, like, tomboy. So we went up to her room. So her father said, go up there and get ready. So I went through her closet, like, Laura, wear this dress. It looks so nice. And she's like, oh, no. I said, please just put it on. So she put it on, and she looked like she goes downstairs, and her father just passed away the other day at 94, and he was a great man. I know, Irwin goes, oh my gosh, Madeline, that was her mother. Look at Laura. Oh my gosh, Carolyn's influence. Look at her. She looks so good. Let's go to the steakhouse, right? We're ready to get in the car, and Laura goes like this. I'm not wearing this, right? So she bolts up the stairs. She comes down. I still remember these horrible, like, yellow shorts and this, like, top end. Her father gets so pissed, and he goes, Madeline, I don't know who the heck, but she's not my daughter. And he was so pissed, right? So I'm just like, why did you do that? I told her, I said, your father was so happy you were in that dress. Why wouldn't you just do that? And she just dug her heels in, right? There was nothing that was going to convince her to put that dress on. Absolutely nothing. So the whole time we went to the steakhouse, her father was just so pissed. And he's like, I'm going to say Carolyn's my daughter. Laura, you are an embarrassment, right? Because, but she just would egg him on. She loves her father dearly, and they always got along, but she just was that kind of a kid. And then when we were in 8th grade, I was sleeping over, and her mother was a real character, and she said, okay, girls, let's go down. We're going to play Vegas table games, right? And she brings out all these chips and stuff. We're going to play blackjack and this and that, and I'm playing with her, and then, like, Laura's getting bored or something, and she goes, the mother went to the bathroom or something, and she goes, Carolyn, I'm going to hide in the pantry. You tell my mother that you don't know where I am. And I knew this was not going to fly with her mother, right? Because her mother, and I said, no, Laura, don't do that. Your mother's not going to find that funny at all, okay? Oh, yes, she will. I said, no, please, don't get me involved in this. We're playing this stuff. Your mother, no, she, again, would not take no for an answer. Goes into the pantry. Her mother comes back in. Do you know where Laura is? And I'm just like, I can't even get the words out because I don't want to be any part of this, okay? So I'm just like, Mrs. Guthrie, you know what's going on. And then finally she goes, oh my gosh, is she hiding in that pantry? She's like, what is wrong with you, right? She's like, there's something wrong with you. And I said, how could you think that was going to be funny? Didn't you pick up your mother was like not in the mood for that? You know, but she never did. She never, and she'll laugh and laugh and laugh to now, and she'll just say, oh, I didn't pick up on any social cues at all. And there are some kids like that. But so, yeah, like our relationship, like I just couldn't understand how she couldn't know that. You know, like how she just didn't pick up, like, hey, this is not the time to fool around with my mother. She's not in a good mood, or she wants to do this, or you know what I'm saying? But
is she academically inclined? No.
It's so funny. It's so funny because she's Jewish, and she didn't even make her bas mitzvah. And she'll laugh. She laughs at her own self. Now, it again was because she had ADHD. She's smart. Okay, now she's a very, very accomplished realtor, and they own another business. But she just didn't, you know, she was one of those kids that didn't apply herself. Okay?
Yeah.
And, but she would laugh because our other friend, like we lived in a town that was half Jewish, half Italian. So another friend, Peter, would say, he'd go, you know, you're the only, and he'll say just like this, Drew, that's not smart, Laura. And she'd laugh, and she'd laugh and laugh. And she just, you know, it's what she did. She said, well, I didn't even make my bas mitzvah. My mother said, you can't even handle regular school. You think you're going to handle Hebrew school? Forget it. You know? So ended up, she married an Italian. And I remember her mother said, what am I going to do with her, Carolyn? She told me, you know, and I told her, if you couldn't marry another Jew, you'll marry the next closest thing, an Italian. And then she said, you know, like it's the same corporation, different division, just like Sebastian Maniscalco says, except the Italians had the better food. And she's still with her husband to this day. So, yeah, and but you know, when she was ready to apply herself and really liked what she was doing, she went into real estate, and she moved to Arizona, and she does phenomenal in real estate now. So she was very smart. She just was one of these that was stubborn, didn't, you know, want to, you know, didn't have the focus at the time because, you know, it wasn't right there for her. But she is smart. And she loves Elvis. She's crazy, more crazy about Elvis now than Bucky here. And I thought Bucky was, she's always making these pilgrimages to Graceland and stuff. She has a whole Elvis room at her house. And
I never really, you know, when I was growing up as a little boy, and my dad was just this huge Elvis fan because he grew up with Elvis all through high school. And he loved Elvis. And I remember I was working out in the body shop, sweeping the floor, and we were getting ready. Seemed like we were getting close to dinner, and over the radio it came in that Elvis Presley had died. And I want to say it was like 1977, something like that.
Yes.
But it came over the radio, and again, now as a little boy, I didn't really understand the significance of Elvis and what he meant to my father. I didn't even understand the significance of Elvis and how many people really liked him, because I was just this little boy. And so I heard that Elvis had died, and I walked into the house, and we were getting ready for dinner, and I said, "Hey, Dad, the radio just said Elvis is dead." And he said, "What? What did you say? Go to your room right now." So I went straight to my room, and about 15 minutes later, he called me up just as we were getting ready to eat. He said, "I'm sorry that I yelled at you like that." And they said, "I thought that you were kidding around." He said, "I just found out that Elvis had died." And that was one of the very few times I ever saw my father cry. When Elvis had died. Yeah. And he's like, "You don't understand what it was like." He said, "When I graduated in the 50s, and, Elvis was the thing. And, and I'm sure Elvis was in the 50s, with the rock and roll and things like that. But I mean, he sure could sing a tune, even as somebody as, a younger guy like myself that wasn't around when Elvis was in his prime. When I would listen to some of his music, and I'd say to myself, like, I could see why the ladies would just swoon all over him.
Yeah, she never liked, it's funny because when we were growing up, she liked like Scott Baio, and I remember she used to love Scott Baio. So I said, "Why did you get into Elvis?" And she's like, "It was recent, like maybe in the last 5 or 6 years, but I'm telling you, she is like crazy about Elvis. It's like a Tom Petty song." She's crazy. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think Bucky Ann is crazy about Elvis, but I told her she met her match. I think, and if I could get the two of them together, they would probably hit it off really, really good. But they just love Elvis. But it's like kids, but like I just felt like I was an old soul kind of thing. Like I understood. I think it was because maybe I had siblings and stuff that were older than me. Like I understood games easier than like more mature game, like whatever it was. Like, oh yeah, I play this game, but then try to teach it to somebody that was my age. It was hard. So, but yeah, I kind of think of myself as an old soul. So, but like her and I, that's another one, like opposites attract. And I still remember being on the bus to go to the zoo in kindergarten, and they were deciding like who would go with who. And I'd be like, "Oh, please let me have Linda, please." Like, because we were in the seats first, and she'd go, "And Carolyn, I'm going to pair you with Laura." I'm all, no. Because even at 5 years old, I knew she was such a handful, right? And I tell her that, like, there's no, I mean, I said, "Do you know," like when she said Laura, but then we've been best friends all of our lives. And, she came when my mother died, right? She lived probably 5 hours from me. And I was at the wake, and she just walked in, and it's like one of those moments where she didn't even tell me she was coming, but she said, "How could I not come?" Like your mother was like my, it's just like those things, right? That, those friendships and stuff. So yeah, just, no matter what, like we were really so total opposites. But somehow it worked.
I do believe there is something a little bit to the opposites attract thing, because when two people can really complement each other, where one might be a little bit off in one way but the other one makes up for it, where they compensate for each other, that can work out really well. Because sometimes when you have two people who are just so much alike,
right
that they can go at it, because there's not much of a room for like compromise sometimes, but
Yeah.
beyond all that, Carolyn, it has just been such a pleasure chatting with you tonight. And does this mean that I am invited back again?
Of course. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just been a great pleasure. And the chat has seemingly at least enjoyed me, at least to some degree.
Yeah, I think
I,
so, right? It
I
looks
was,
like that way.
I was keeping an eye on what we had in the chat tonight, and I saw at one point we were in our upper 60s for
Yeah,
people
yeah.
watching.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah, yeah, it's good. I mean, yeah, we're trying to build up back because we've had, like a lot of, I think Mr. Wu was talking a little bit about it, but, you know, some people that just try to bring you down, you know what I'm saying? And go out and just nasty. And then sometimes you get that on YouTube, but it's like we've always, I believe in rising above it and just keep going. If you, like it's, my daughter always quotes, Conan O'Brien, if you just, I'm going to paraphrase it, but if you just keep being a good person, doing good things, doing good work, wonderful things will happen. And that's kind of what I take. That no matter if there's 10 people here, 5 people here, I'm going to be grateful for those people that stick with me. You know what I mean? Because they're my people. And I believe God does work everything for my good. So yeah, there's a time I have 1,300 people in here listen to me talk about Chris Watts. There's a time I've had 3,000 people listening to me talk about the Chris Watts case. But I'm thankful for everyone because these people have this community, the people, and sustained me through some of the biggest tribulations. Losing my son, going through this horrendous lawsuit that was just nothing but retribution. It really had, no basis. It wasn't going to be winnable on their side. It was just vengeance. And I'm thankful for everyone that stood by and helped me through that, So yeah. So it's more of like who's here, and I've have some really good people here, and I don't take that for granted at all. And even like there's a song I wrote, and even those that walked away, I hope you find a better day, really, because I don't want to bring hate, because that only eats you up inside,
Well, you have great maturity, and I watched it even with Space because there were times that I thought that you were actually forgiving toward him, and in ways that I'm not saying I didn't think that he wasn't deserving of that, but I don't know that I would have been as forgiving, and so I think that you have a very kind heart, and I just want to commend that you were gracious enough to invite me back here and make me feel at home.
Yeah, I had a good time tonight. Yeah, I mean, I think that the world needs more kindness. We need to be more understanding, and that's like I said. I've said many times: any religion, any political group that tells you to hate somebody else, get out of it, because it's just you shouldn't be hating someone else. We need to come together. We need to understand that we can think different things, have different opinions, but it shouldn't make you hate a person,
So I saw a person in the chat that I recognized the name, who I have addressed before, and good to see you this evening, Murder of Crow.
Yeah, Murder of Crows. Yeah, even though Murder of Crows thinks that they get every big word on the top of the word puzzle before me. Sometimes I get a few in there, but Murder always says, nope, you didn't do it. But yeah.
And I didn't see Jengri in the chat.
Jen Girl, yeah. I think she was, I think she's out, she might be out with her husband tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, she was here last night. Yeah, she's here all the time. Yeah, Jen Girl.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, I will touch base in the near future. And, you can always shoot me email. So let's say if there's a certain topic and you're like, well, I'd like to hear what James has to say about this. You can always shoot me an email if you want. I don't want to wear out my welcome, so
Yeah,
you know?
no,
But I like,
it was very nice. Yeah, no, it's very nice. I love having people on the panel and to talk about things, and then like you see how it goes. You first talk about Nancy Guthrie, and then you talk a little bit about life because it's just how
we're
things go.
people.
Yeah, we're people, and we have interesting stories and things to tell, and you never know what somebody resonates with.
Well, in the meantime, I just want to say to everybody in the chat, thank you for the kindness and the nice things that you said tonight. Many of you have just really kind of tickled me pink. And but beyond that, I just want to say that my heart goes out to the Guthrie family,
Yeah.
and I pray for Nancy, and I do believe she is in a better place. But I just hope that the Guthries are hanging in there, and ask for everybody to reach out and pray for them and to lift them up and to give them strength. And it's a terrible thing that has happened, but I'm glad that we all can convene here under topics like these, because they are very difficult to talk about. But when we see this kind of tragedy, and we know there's these kind of people in the world who are so cruel that they would do something like this, but we know that we can all come together, and kind of convene here and talk about this. And I just want to say that you guys make me feel welcome.
Well, I'm glad you do. And Mr. Wu, don't you dare say that. You better always stay here. Yeah.
Well, all right, I'm
All
going to
right.
sign out, but you guys just have a wonderful rest of your evening. And Carolyn, thank you so much for the
All right.
hospitality.
Thank you. Yeah, then no problem. Thank you for coming in. It was fun. And we are going to
Everybody
get to the.
take care. I'll
All
talk
right.
to you all soon.
You have a good night.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. And we're going to do the word cookies. What happened to Mr. Wu? Let's see. Let me see what's going on here. I turned my head for 2 minutes, you guys. Heart, I know you're, but I am me. Will never win. So what's happening? It's okay, Heart. It's okay. Mr. Wu is good people. Yeah. Mr. Wu has my back. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay though. It's fine. Mr. Wu is good peeps. He's got my back, and he's always got a good cup of coffee for me. So, I'm good. All right. It's all good. I trust his discernment. It's okay. Sometimes hard. Sometimes people have to say stuff. Just like sometimes Jimmy gets fed up and says something, and you just gotta let it go. Sometimes there's only so much someone can take, and when Yeah, well, it's all good. Mr. Wu's good. He's good, and he doesn't use an espresso. It's all good. Everybody can be supportive. Everybody's here. Let's not. That's like what I was saying. Let's, if there's something that's, it's okay. Corrected, yo. There everything goes. Yeah, let's just everybody, like I said, everybody has a place, and everybody that's here, really, I thank you, and I am grateful to all of you for being here, and I don't want anybody to go away. I don't. Okay? I am too a little bit murder, but what I do know is that I'm grateful for all of the support, and I don't want anybody to feel that they're not wanted here, because you're all wanted here. Right? And now I'm going to play a word game with you, Murder, and you're always going to think you're going to get the top word, but it doesn't always happen, Murder. Not always. Not always. Sometimes I have to get one. Okay, Heart. I don't know. Maybe he perceived something. I'm not sure, because it's hard for me to follow along while I'm telling my stories. Oh, I never said you asked me to leave. Oh, I'm just gaslighting you. Mr. Wu. Not nice. Okay. Oh, I'm going to get this one, Murder. I'm sorry. That's going to be mine. Let's just... Mr. Wu's being silly. It's okay to be silly. You've got to laugh. Scooter says that all the time. She's like, just make me laugh. Really. Like, just make me laugh. Not me. Not you, Mr. Wu? Mr. Wu, get out of here. You know who will be over to visit you? Plot. I've got plot. What do you, Opal? Opal is one. I'm hungry. You know what I had for dinner? Toast. I'm not joking. Listen to me. They shot up my face so much because I had to get just a tiny little thing done. But it was on in my front tooth, right? So he's like, okay, this is gonna, like, I want to make sure this is numb, and it made my face so numb that he said, when your face is not numb, then you can eat. And then we ended up watching that very bad things are going to happen or something like that, right? And we binged watched it, and I kept just touching my face, and it was still numb. My nose was numb. The side of my nose was numb. It's like, it was just crazy how numb it was. And I said, maybe I can have just a cup of coffee. And it felt so weird when I was drinking the coffee. It was just crazy. So then I said, okay, pretty soon. Then we binge watched that thing. My face was still pretty numb. And then I took my daughter to the bus. And then I just started to get so hungry. And I said I was still going to get home. I had like some nuts and seeds and stuff. It sounds so crazy, nuts and seeds. But I had this packet of like, there was sunflower, pistachios, some kind of stuff like that. So I ate some of that and then went home and then made myself a cup of coffee and toast. And was lunch and dinner. So now I'm starting to feel hungry. It's crazy. Okay, Platt. And one day I'll get my friend Laura has come here, but oh boy, she'd be a kick in the pants if we ever told our old stories. And she'll tell them exactly the way told them there, because yeah, we were opposites. And I'll tell you another funny story with the two of us. So we used to play house like as kids, and Laura was always like really hard on her dolls. So I had a certain shelf of dolls that I knew that if she played house with, she wouldn't destroy them, okay? But then I had like my Madame Alexanders and stuff that she was just too rough for that. So she'd be like, where could I pick my baby from for house? I'm like, from the first shelf. And then she knew, like, so whatever room it was, like if we were in a great room or something like that, I'd go, which half do you want? And she'd say that half, right? And then we would use a lot of imagination, but we like, well, oh, here's our door and this is the house. And then so she'd come in and she'd say, oh, you always get the better half of the room because, oh, look, you have like the baby's room and this and that. And I said, do you want to switch halves? Right? So she'd go, okay. So we'd switch halves and she'd say the same thing. So to this day, she goes, I used to think Carolyn always got the better half of the room, but Carolyn just had the better imagination. She goes, that's what it was. And so those are some of the things that, and she's the one that said to me she couldn't believe I had a YouTube channel because she said, Carolyn, you were so shy. And yeah, very funny. Okay, but I will get her over here on. She has come over here. She has the channel and stuff. And she knows my cousins over there in Scottsdale too. But it'll be fun. One night I'll get her on, and oh my gosh, we'll tell a lot of stories. We put a bunch. I'm going to look. Opal I got. Okay. Then you got iota. Okay. No, there's no I. Oh. There's no I. Okay. A top. Okay. Don't worry, Murder. You're going to get your credit. Murder's going to get your credit, Murder. You're not going to get cheated. Oat. I think we put that in. Apartment says heart. Okay. No, it's murder. No, it's heart. Okay. Tola says heart. Nope. Okay. Lot says murder. There you go, Murder. Okay. Plat, I think I already tried that. Alp. Okay. That was heart. Pal, we've got in there. Alto, like an alto sax. Yes. Okay. And Murder, you keep saying iota, but there's no I. Okay, let's see. Nuts and seeds, yeah. You were shy up until a few years ago? Yeah. And a lot of times when you're shy, you're taken as being stuck up and snobby, right? Who do they think they are? But a lot of times a person is just shy. Okay, let me see here. What else do we have here? Alt, Murder says. Nope. You have no iota. No, you have no iota. Oh, opt. Somebody said opt. Who said that? Heart. Opt. Okay. Oat, I think we have. Lop, we have. A top. Did we do a top? Yes, we got that there. Okay, I think I've caught up on all of your words. All right, let's see. How about, what about app? Okay, I got that one. And what about top? Top of the world, top of the morning. Well done. Okay, I can't believe tomorrow. Oh, they just showed me the 8th. I was like, whoa, I can't believe that. Don't even go there. Okay. Lung. Loon. Glue. All right. Glue. What do you have? Lang. Gang. The gang's all here. Lunge. The dentist today was so funny because one of Michael's friends growing up was the son of this dentist, and they were really big into the luge. And the one assistant goes like this, "Who even heard of the luge? Who even does the luge?" And I'm like, but up in Lake Placid, they have a luge. Right? I showed you guys that, right? Oh, it was so funny that gun, lane, okay, glean, murder, gala, murder. You didn't get the big word murder? Angel, angle. Uh-oh, stop. Oh, I hate when this thing has a life of its own. Glenn, I already put in there. Gulag? Did I try gulag? Okay. Lean, lane, gang, lunge, lang. I think I tried all of those. Oh, gauge, I think you said. Somebody said gauge. Okay. Oh, you got the big word an hour ago? Okay, murder. Think we're exaggerating there now. Language, very good. Oh, we had a great talk because they knew a lot of the people that he's a really great dentist. You know, the other day when I went there, this guy said, "Always a pleasure," and I thought, "Wow, always a pleasure." I really was. We had a great conversation. Did we do this one? Okay. Let's see. But it was just so funny the way they said, who does the luge? Like it was just such a lame thing. I'm like, well, they do it in the Olympics, and his dad was really, really big into the Olympics. It's like, well, you could say the same thing. Well, who does that thing that, what do they call that thing? That curling? Is that where it looks like they're using a Swiffer? Right? Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, but the way this guy, oh, he was a younger guy, and the way he said it, oh my gosh, I was losing it. He's like, who does the luge? How do you even get into that? Algae, okay. Ale. Gala, let's see. Oh, gel, it's gotta be gel. Did one of you get gel? Don't say yes. Yes about what, Mr. Wu? Don't say yes about what? Murder, I just got gel before you. Lug. And then leg. Okay, one more. Okay, murder, do you get the last word? Let's see. Nope. One in the extra words. Let's see. Nope. Heart. Alga. Alga. That sounds like that. She was in the little house in the prairie. I think it was Olga. Sorry. I just heard, oh, it sounds like something in the word, that noise, but it was an animal. Okay, let's see. Den, dance, and I can do that if I want to. Bend, what did you get? Advance? Very good, murder. Cave. And I'd say caved. Dance, acne, acne, got that. Cade, somebody said. Extra word, cane, I've got that, and I've got caned. Dance, I think I've got that. Advent, got that. Dean, I put that up there too, but I don't think that was extra words. Yep. Ace Ventura. Okay. Have. And. Can, you said. Okay. Dan. than I did. Let's see. Oh, how about vein? Like that, weather vane? No. Okay. Oh, van down by the river. You got a two murder, I just see that. Oh, aced. Aced is the place for the happy hardware place. Dane. Vend. I think I did vend already. End. Okay. And then we've got, let's see. I think Jason went to Betty Bye, or he's I don't know, maybe he's been, I don't know. Where are you, Jason? Are you watching us, or you just went to bed? Acne, we already got. I did acne. It's right here. 2 more and we get to go to bed too. And I've been up since 7. A full day, and then that crazy movie that's probably going to give me nightmares tonight. So crazy. Did anybody watch that? Something very bad is about to happen on Netflix. None of you have said anything. I'm telling you, it is weird. I tried Dane. Okay, Days. Okay, Dane. I did try it. It's extra. Pants. In your pants. Nope. You would solve this puzzle in half the time? Well, let's hear ya. I've tried Dean. I've tried Dean. Okay, let's see. Where did Terry go? Terry, did she say goodnight and I didn't see it before? That's it, Mary Nave. Naive. Uh-oh, hold on a minute. This thing has a life of its own. There you go. Now we get to go to bed as Parmesan 10. Uh-oh, look, we got a special level. It wants us to play more. Look at this. Special level. We hardly get these anymore. There's going to be an R in everything now. Every other word, every word. Let's see. Caver. Okay. An ER. Oh, wait a minute. Cavern, right? Veranda you got. No, you got to use it. You got to use the ER together. See, they're together. Are we human or are we dancers? Look at that. I got advancer. Oh, you got it too, murder. And I hadn't even looked at yours, but okay. Oh, it is together. Hold on a minute. I didn't think it was. Sorry. No, we can't do veranda. Can we? We can. Sorry about that. My mistake. Never mind. See, never mind. I'm sorry. I made an error. Who would have thunk it? We only have one word left. Let's see. Error. Hold on a minute. Very good. Stop, Mr. Wu. What are we doing? Okay, let's see what you guys got. Manic. Manic. Very good. Murder. Micah. Heart. Claim. My stomach is grumbling. If you hear my stomach grumbling, it's because I'm hungry, because I had toast for dinner. Okay. Oh, rail. Nail. Lima. I don't think they have that. It's an extra word. Okay. Extra word. Amir. Sounds like some guy that was in love with me over here. What was his name? Was it Amir? What happened to the guy that was in love with me? What was his name? What was his name? Was his name Amir? Who was the guy that was in love with me? Anish. Anish. Okay. Where? Car. Oh, wait, yeah. Isn't it also doing that? Oh, yeah, I got that too. Because I refused. No, I didn't. Clam. Carl's Burgers. Isn't Carl's Burgers the ones that had like a burger that was like 3,000 calories? Yeah. Oh, arm. And did we do aim? We did aim. It's late. It is late. So what's for breakfast? I know, right? Probably oatmeal. I'll probably have oatmeal, which I put I eat a raisin and nut oatmeal, and then I add extra walnuts, cranberries, whatever fruit I have, like strawberries or blueberries. I add all that to it. It's like, and I make it with almond milk. Almond milk with unsweetened almond milk. That's what. Hi, it's Bank. How are you? You missed us tonight. It's Bank. Where were you? Hey, are you leaving on a jet plane soon? Are you leaving on a jet plane soon? Bank, are you leaving on a jet plane soon? She's leaving. Yeah. Oh, wow. Have a safe trip. Wait a minute. Thursday? What's today? Oh, today's Monday. Today's Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, I thought you said the 7th. I thought you said you were going on the 7th. Too healthy. What do you have? Lucky Charms? Maniacal. No, you can't. No. You got to ring the bell? Very good. Congratulations. Criminal. That is criminal. Very good. Air. Can. Mar. Cram. I'll cram that down your throat. Sorry. Lair. Live a little bit. What do you tell me what you have for breakfast? What do you have? You're having overnight oats. So that's healthy. That's very healthy, overnight oats. What do you mean too healthy? Oh, I know, male. Liar. Liar. Okay, we got all that. Now you guys claim. We got claim. It's there. So we know this is going to be C. Clinic. No. Claire. You already put male. Okay. How about a nice croissant? Yeah, Gia likes croissants. I'll have a croissant sometime. Yeah. Sure. Gia loves croissants. Oh, I don't have overnight oats. I just make regular oatmeal. I thought you said you have overnight oats. You said having over... I don't have overnight oats. No, 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 no. I don't do overnight oats. I do oatmeal. Just oatmeal. Just with almond milk that you make in the microwave. Not even like, I mean, sometimes we've gone and made that oatmeal in the Instant Pot like that. Oh, the one that's really healthy, but yeah. No, this is just Quaker, and it's like, it's a higher protein one, and I just add things to it, like if I have blueberries, this, that, and the other thing. I thought you said you were having overnight oats. F the French toast. It's about a nice croissant. You put the video on Facebook? Okay, I'll have to go check it out. Karnak. Remember Johnny Carson played Karnak, and he would guess the things, right, with Ed McMahon? I remember being a little kid and just laying there while my mother was watching that. Good memories, good times. I remember as being a really little kid in that Channel 13, which was PBS. Do you remember, like, when they had that thing where the woman gave birth and they showed everything, and that was ahead of our time? I remember that. It was like a Nova special. Do you remember that? Yeah, I put it in the microwave. That's it. I put my almond milk and my mix-ins, and I put it in there for like 2 minutes, and that's it. It's not a big deal. You sent me the video? I've been away almost all day. I had dental work in the beginning, and then I came home and we got stuck watching this really bad thing is going to happen. Oh boy, what a series that was. We binge watched the entire thing, and it was horrendous. And then I was going to walk away from it at some point, but I was just so tired from having very little sleep and being at the dentist that I just stayed and stayed through it. Alexandra was like not the greatest about that. She is yawning at the Johnny Carson story. Oh, stop. Yeah, but no, those were good times. I just remember listening to the Johnny Carson. I know Scooter mentioned Karnak too, but I remember watching PBS and that too. Remember when Ed McMahon used to do the Alpo commercials? You've been here all night? Well, did you say hi? How do I know you're here? How do I know you're here? What is this one? Does anybody know this one, this last word here? Oh, there it is, Cilia. I know, murder. I know you said that. Do I understand? Oh, who knows? Who knows, right? You know what? I got some messages from YouTube. Some interesting messages. Remember I told you about that likeness detector? Well, a bunch of somebody's videos came up with the likeness detector. And Carolyn just has to go boop, 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 and they all go down. But you know what? I didn't even go over there. I said, you know what? Should I just take it all down? Just got to check the boxes because they all showed up in the likeness detector. And that's not allowed unless I give my permission for my likeness to be being used. And I think I have a video about how it works. So somebody ought to be very careful. Because I didn't even want to be bothered with that. Because I thought that, oh, then they're going to say, oh my gosh. They're never going to believe YouTube just flags it and puts it in that section. But you know what? Maybe I should go ahead and just do it. Well, sorry. Wouldn't that be a shocker? That's how another place thing went down. Somebody with who kept using my name in a title and then just kept using my content, and YouTube flagged everything. And I think I showed it here. I just had to click the little boxes. You don't even have to, they already fill it all out for you. They have a bot that goes around, because I told you send in that video of every angle of your face and everything. And if they try to use an AI likeness of you, because they don't want anybody using AI likenesses that have not been approved. So, yep. Right, mister? Yeah. So we'll say. Okay. All right, mister. Well, you have a good time. And everybody has a good time now. You guys are silly. All right. Yeah, exactly, murder. That's what I just said. I just said, like, it's there. If I want to exercise that right, it's there. But I just said, you know what? It'll just be like more. They'll say, oh, look at your dad. And like, I could care less because I don't even look at your stuff. So YouTube's putting it there. Yeah. But anyway. Okay, Mr. Wu. All right. Anyway, you guys take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is what? I'm so lost. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Tuesday. What am I doing? Tomorrow I've got to do, what did I tell you? I had to write it in my agenda. What was it? Oh, I know what I got to do tomorrow. I got some good news, Bink. I got some good news about our plans. We're getting hooked up. We're getting hooked up, girl. Okay. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. May the Lord bless you and protect you and give you his peace. Prayers for everyone in our community, because you know everyone needs prayers, right? We can all use them. And I love you guys. God bless. Thanks for sticking by. Thanks for being here. Thank you to our guest, Jason. And thank you to our moderators. Thank you to our watchers, viewers, commenters, replayers. Thanks so much. We'll see you tomorrow. God bless, and be well. Stay well. Be safe. Be safe out there. It's a YouTube world.